time for Dukes and Bell's Daily Download.
You've got mail.
All the stories you need to know about the world of Atlanta sports in bite size. Brought to you by Window Comfort.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I'm excited. You should be too. The NFL schedule drops Thursday, May 14th. That's next week, guys. 8 o'clock. What that means for you is there will be leaks. We will know hopefully half the schedule by the time we get off the air at 6, and by the time the NFL releases everything by 8 o'clock. But the good news is it's coming. And this is like the most important thing when you start talking about home, away, Mike, when's your bye week. Scheduling matters, and look, for us, we know we've got this international game. And, Mike, I think you keep saying you think it's going to be the Chiefs, right? You think?
We thought it was the Chiefs, the way the Chiefs are popping off. I mean, at least stuff that was leaking on their social media. And for what it's worth, there was a delay in getting the schedule out. There was normally supposed to, they moved it back a day, right? It was kind of weird. We were talking about it yesterday. So I'm not sure what that was about, ironing out the international stuff. Speaking of ironing things out, talk more about this in 4th and 1, but the refs settle. The refs take the deal.
Thank God.
Yeah, so that went down about an hour before the show started today.
Thank you, football Lord.
So we will not have guys, that were calling, no disrespect to guys that call junior college games, but guys that are calling, other levels of college football, stepping up and having to deal with the speed of the NFL. Look, as much as we crap on the NFL officials, for me, it's not so much the officiating, it's just the inconsistency. When is holding? When is it not? Why can't they ever get review right? You see something at the bar at your house and you see it, they still don't get it right after they review it. But either way, that's it's still better than what the alternative was, which takes us back to, was it 15, how many years ago, when it was just a god-awful disaster when you had the backup officials, the replacement refs.
Yeah, look, and I'm glad that got resolved, and I think the NFL realized how important that was. And at the end of the day, these guys still do make a lot of money, Mike, to do mostly. This is part-time work for most of these guys.
Guy said to me, if you remember, we had this argument a few months ago, and I said, yeah, they should be basically watching film 24/7. That should be their job, and or pay him a little bit more so they're not. He's a lawyer when he's not a ref. He's a school principal when he's not a. Well, put him in a box like Clockwork Orange. Their eyes are taped wide open, and all they do is watch film. That's what I want. Adam Schefter reports a 7-year CBA agreement that will run through 2032.
Okay. That is good news. Schedule release May 14th, so we're all over that next week, and that'll be great, man.
And one last thing, just some housekeeping. Before the break, I was talking about who the hell LeBron was yelling at.
Yeah.
He was yelling at, I guess it was a former Laker. It was Caruso on OKC. If you didn't see it. And shout out to Richie ATL21, a little producer credit. He heard you and I talking about it before the break. But yeah, LeBron seen yelling at this OKC player. Early in the game, LeBron was called for a charge. Caruso went when his former teammate took a screen. Reddick says he thinks LeBron gets the worst whistle from refs of any stars he's ever seen. Not flopping, going the other way. Either way, LeBron is just screaming at him, and the videos. We'll try to clean it up for you. It requires some bleeping.
Yeah, him and Caruso, they played together. Look, I don't disagree with JJ Redick. Some of this is gamesmanship, but I got to tell you, he's right. Like, when you start talking about how many calls other lesser stars in this league get versus what LeBron. Guys, you know how many free throws LeBron has shot in 2 games? 5.
Right.
That's ridiculous. As much as he goes to the rack, as much contact as he creates. So there's something to what J.J. Redick's saying. But, yeah, Mike, I want to hear that because I missed that last night. And, by the way, for all of those folks yesterday who were saying, man, I don't understand what the big deal is. Charles Barkley went on the podcast. He responded. Now, he didn't go in on Draymond. But one of the things he said, and this is typical Charles, he said if Golden State was relevant, he wouldn't be in the studio with me. And then he also went on to say, look, I have nothing to say bad about Draymond. I do not punch down. He's a good player. He's not me.
That's great. That's a passive-aggressive put-down. I like it.
It is. And, so at the end of the day, and I haven't heard the whole thing, but everybody's like, whoa, did Charles have a problem with it? Well, he's telling you, you know what, I'm not going to go there. But at the end of the day, I had no reason to respond because of my career. It speaks for itself. All right, man. No. Mike, as we talk about the lottery, I just want to talk about this for a second because we're going to talk to our buddy coming up, Brett Siegel from Clutch Points, NBA Insider, and get his thoughts on the Hawks. If we get the number 1 pick, we have a chance to get the number 1 pick. I know you're saying we probably won't, and maybe we won't.
Right.
But what if we do? What if that 4% or whatever it is allows that ball to come, and the Atlanta Hawks have the number? Who are you picking? That is what I want to know. Because, look, We can talk about 5, 6, 7 all day long. We are guesstimated between, 4 and picks 1 and 6.
I got to go with DeBanza.
At one?
AJ DeBanza at 1.
You would pass up Darren Peterson.
Well, this is the great conundrum.
That's my question.
Do you take a guy who didn't love college ball, but he could also turn around? If you're doing the interview, Darren, what was up at Kansas? I was getting ready for you, boss. I'm ready to play in the NBA. Fresh legs, coach. I mean, I don't know because it's just. But this is 2026 sports.
Do you buy that though?
No, I mean, but it's in the old days. Let's rock 'em, sock 'em. Let's get out there, rock, chalk, Jayhawk. Get out there, young man. It wasn't getting paid. And then you could say, well, I don't give a crap. You're not paying me. The difference, he was making $2 million. That's what they guessed to me.
He was getting money.
A conservative guess. So he's getting coin, and he was checking out. I need a blow. Hey, Bill. It's Coach Self. Bill.
Call him by his first
Bill, I
name.
need a blow, man. I got to get out. So I was like, what? So did you risk Darren Peterson?
He's calling him Bill. We're joking, but that's funny.
I mean, it's probably was like one step away from
Bill,
that. But I
keep
mean,
me out.
I think Darren Peterson is exactly what we need.
I do too.
Point guard who can shoot, tremendously athletic.
6'6".
I mean,
Mike.
But he doesn't come with a money back, I don't quit guarantee. That's the problem. And but again, they're saying the Pacers will probably they feel that DeBanza will go 1 to Washington, and Trey and him will. Is Wizards going to pick up Trey's deal?
Well, good luck, Trey, with another rookie. Here you go again.
Pacers go with Darren Peterson.
Because by the way,
right.
I don't think that team. It looks the way you think it might when the season rolls around.
Correct.
That's the point. Like the Wizards made all these deals, guys, to do exactly what they're about to
Clear
do.
the decks.
That's right. They are not looking to sign old vets. And, so Antonio Davis is there, right? Or Anthony Davis is there. You think Anthony Davis is going to be on the Wizards next year? I do not. I just don't. He's at a point in his career, Mike. He wants to play on a team that's really chasing something.
And Alex Sarr says, no.
So,
au revoir.
But to your point about the Wizards, yes, they have a great shot to be the number 1 pick. I'm just telling Hawks fans, Sunday, Mother's Day, if you hear we get the number 1 pick, I'm losing my mind because now it becomes a different conversation. Yes, we get the number 1 pick, but Mike's right. If you go Darren Peterson and we have to deal with this and DeBanza goes somewhere else and is a stud immediately, I don't want buyer's regret.
Yeah, and then if we're top 4, then we get in that Boozer argument. I don't need another guy who's not as big as everybody else in the NBA.
Oh, that's cold.
Sorry. By the way,
Watch the slander.
According to and Day wants Boozer bad. According to ESPN, top 4 picks odds 29.3%. 29.3 we can be top 4.
That's right.
Number 1 pick odds is only 6.8%.
That's a lot.
I know it's still. Hey, you know what? I take those odds. But the most likely scenario, if the mathematicians are accurate, is number 7. Oh. In that case, then it's then it's Kingston Fleming from Houston or Mikael Brown, who I like from Louisville.
Oh, I like both of those players.
Yeah, that would be straight point guard. And then the debate that we had the other day with Brian Geltsattler from SiriusXM NBA is: do you give a 3-year deal to McCollum at his age, or do you go find another veteran, slightly younger? Point guard to mentor the young guy. Or you just say, hey, we'll take our growing pains, which you and I don't want to hear. We're not patient. We just got to the 6th seed. We want to take it further from there.
Yeah.
Not go back.
Look, I think I try to use my veterans exemption. The Hawks have a few of these, by the way. We haven't broken down all this stuff because it's just not time.
Right.
But they have various ways they could sign him and potentially bring him back instead of just saying, here's 3 years, $60 million, which I don't think is viable. But what if we get the number 1 pick? And here we go again. So it's just something to think about. And by the way, the Caleb Wilson kid, we really haven't even talked about him out of North Carolina. North Carolina! You want a big, Mike? There's a big who can play.
Right.
But again, this kid gave you 20 points a game, 10 boards in college.
See, that's where you get the other picks we've got. Because we got that 2nd pick, and you wonder what kind of big guy will be around there. Unless something crazy happens, and again, we don't know where I like the way Ansi Saleh has taken on this season. He did not pick Reece Shea; he inherited that pick. The X factor for the Hawks, not going backwards, moving forward, is if you can turn Reece Shea into something valuable, something you understand what his role is, right? And that's going to happen with Quinn Snyder, pushing those right buttons. Or are you going to try to move him in the offseason and say, forget it? pack it in after 2
I
seasons.
just, a guy said to me, because he heard us talking about it in a couple of days ago, and I keep, busting your chops about it, because every time you want to trade somebody, you're like, and include Rishai Shea. But he said, Dukes, do you give up on 6'9"? We're talking about size. Yeah. He has it. Right. Develop it. Develop him as a more or a more efficient offensive player. The defensive stuff, guys, you know what? We talk about it all the time. Effort. If you're going to give that, you will become a better defensive player, especially with his length, Mike. So, again, that hasn't been his specialty. But he's like, you guys keep talking about size, and yet you want to give up on a 6'9" guy who's already shown he can play. And I'm like, okay.
I know when he was with Trey last year, at times he was coming into his own. Looked like Dr. Octopus on defense. But is he going to put some size on? Or is that
his, my weight?
Yeah, is that his plain weight? Is that what he's going to be? USA Today has us going with Darius Acuff, and that gets you down to 6'3".
You like that?
Well, we just lamented having a shorter point guard. That's not the biggest point guard in the world.
Now, he may be, and by the way, they have a combine. We're talking about the Hawks here and the chance of us getting the number 1 overall pick. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike gave you the odds. I know them, so I was just simply saying I'm not going to discount that won't happen. It's probably not likely, but it is probable. And so I don't count it out. And if we do get a top 5 pick, again, this draft is so good, we're going to be in a really good situation.
Right.
But that number 1 pick, I think, changes things for Anseh Saleh, because now you better go get the right guy. You get 5, 6, 7, and I'm not saying that's going to be, don't miss, but I do think you're in a different situation than you had the number 1 pick and you went there.
Right. I mean, we can't screw up the number 1 pick twice in 3 years. That cannot happen.
No,
right?
No,
can't happen.
We'll see, but
it won't happen, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But you get your choices. There's 5 top tier point guards in this draft, and we need one.
We need one, but
we need size.
The Acuff thing, I'll say this: he may be the best scorer in this draft.
By the way, 23rd pick, in case you want to go down that far the rabbit hole, Chris Sanok from Houston, the big man from Houston, 6'11".
Big shot blocker too, by the way.
There's your rim protector.
Yeah.
Just a thought. Anyway, a lot of mock drafts out there for the NBA. Just because the only reason we're bringing this up is the Rogues Gallery of bad franchises have their lottery picks coming up this weekend.
All right, man. More on the Braves coming up as they start a big series in L.A. But when we come back, speaking of our Hawks, Brett Siegel is going to join us. He covers the NBA. We'll talk to him about these series that are ongoing, but also our offseason, because it is a big offseason for the Atlanta Hawks. It's Dukes and Bell.
You should never need simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Avoid the headaches of a traditional home sale and move on your timeline with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a simple, stress-free way to sell your home. Hi, this is Mark Spain. I've been in the business for nearly 30 years, and I know what matters most: selling your home fast and for maximum profit. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If your Mother's Day playbook involves grocery store roses wrapped in cellophane, we need to have the talk. This year, flowers are out. Academy is in. Because at Academy Sports and Outdoors, we believe Mom deserves gifts that won't wilt in 3 days. Like new rods and reels that'll make the local fish nervous, new paddles for her budding pickleball career, and the latest Nike styles to make the other moms jealous. Give fun, not flowers. Academy. Fun can't lose.
Save on great gifts and perfect bites for Mom at Whole Foods Market. There are yellow sale signs throughout the store. In the body care department, save on scented candles and luxurious personal care items. Treat Mom to all the best and save at Whole Foods Market.
Guys, it's real simple. For Mother's Day, she wants a gift card from Spa Sidel, Atlanta's favorite spa destination. Not just Atlanta's, it's mine. I've been going there for years. So here's the deal for Mother's Day. They have relaxation, they have rejuvenation, but when she gets a card, she can pick. So when you buy a $150 gift card, you get a $50 bonus card. You can do it all online. 3 locations to choose from: Alpharetta, Buckhead, Perimeter. All right? SpaSidel.com for a very happy Mother's Day.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go: Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smoked in-house wings to ice-cold brews, served by the friendliest team around. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great and the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart. Wow! Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, I'm going to talk to NBA insider Brett Siegel in just a second. Real quick, again, 2 producer credits today for Richie ATL. Article that dropped an hour before the show started, so we just read it during the commercial break. Darren Peterson, ESPN claims, dealing with elevated creatine levels, which caused cramping and had to be taken to the hospital. Basically, he was so spasmed and cramped they couldn't even get an IV in him. This is during the preseason conditioning. So 2 ways of looking at this. He was trying to beef up, get some more size because he's 6'6", 200 pounds. Or it's just his agent trying to put out some excuse making for why he looked like such a softie. Or it's a legitimate medical concern, and apparently now, since he got the creatine levels right, he was fine, and he was out going for 20 points every game Kansas played in the tournament.
Okay. Here's where the medicals come into play.
Mm-hmm.
And the teams at the top of this draft will know Sunday at 3 o'clock. By the way, draft lottery guy said, Dukes, when is it? 3 o'clock, Sunday. Mike, you will do the necessary background on the medical. That's interesting. And I said to Mike when we were talking in the break, I said, that's new info. How does that affect his draft status if teams are concerned about this, or was this just a one-time deal?
And ESPN article goes on to say that Bill Self was not going to get into specific medicals out of privacy. So, again, some of it is plausible. Some of it would say agent spin. But we'll see.
All right, let's talk to our buddy Brett Siegel, Clutch Points NBA insider here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, because it's going to be a big offseason for the Hawks. I want to ask you before I get to the Hawks, though, who is the best player in this draft? Is it Darren Peterson, hands down? And if the Hawks were to have that small percentage of getting the first overall pick, is that the guy you would go with?
Yeah, I think Darren Peterson is certainly a guy that the Atlanta Hawks would consider, and especially because we've reported here at Clutch Points that one of their main priorities entering the draft is going to be looking for a replacement for Trae Young. They want our position.
Brett, your cell's crapping out. We're going to put you on hold. Hey, Brett, we're going to put you on hold. Brett, we're going to put you on hold for a second. We want the signal. We want to hear what you got to say, brother. We'll get you right dialed back in just a second.
Yeah, because he was talking about the trade, Trae Young, and what the Hawks are looking to try to potentially do as this offseason rolls around. And look, we all like what Ansi did during the season. But what you do in the offseason, now with trades, and a guy said, Dukes and Bell, what about trading for Jaylen Brown? Would you give up any of these number ones? And the answer is yeah. So I don't know if that's going to be offered. Brett, go ahead. You were talking about what you're hearing with the Hawks. Go ahead and talking about if they were to have that number one overall pick. Go for it.
You guys can hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So, yeah, one of the main goals heading into this draft season for the Hawks is going to be establishing that backcourt further and trying to find more depth there, find a long-term replacement after trading Trae Young. And Darren Peterson is certainly a guy that would fit that narrative. One of the best prospects coming out of high school into college this past season. Obviously, he had those injury concerns, and there was that story today, like you guys were just talking about, of the cramping issues and the creatine issue that he went through. We'll see what happens, though, this week at the NBA Draft Combine. The medicals are a big topic of discussion. League personnel, executives want to see all that on paper, and they want to talk with Darren Peterson face-to-face and just kind of get to the bottom of what actually happened before they make a final decision on what his future is looking like as far as what team will potentially take him inside the top four. But his draft status is pretty much locked in. He's going to be a top four pick, and if the Hawks move up into the top four, he'll certainly be at the top of that conversation.
Should we keep C.J. McCollum? I mean, we said we don't want to be prisoner of the moment because he's getting up there, but he's a good guy in the clubhouse, or the locker room, I should say, and he's a guy that maybe you'd like to help with a young point guard.
Yes, everything that we've heard is that C.J. McCollum will be back next year, and they made that trade with the intention of bringing him back on some sort of team-friendly deal, maybe something a little bit more than the mid-level exception, which is going to be around $15.8 million this year. So maybe a one-year, $20 million deal, maybe a two-year, $35 million deal with some kind of option in there. So they're going to make a deal that keeps them kind of set up for flexibility, keeps them under the luxury tax, and that's the main goal for Atlanta right now, to remain below that tax line, not go fully into it yet. They don't necessarily view themselves as a championship contender entering the offseason, but they're going to be taking more steps towards that goal next year with these two draft picks that they're going to have and potentially some opportunistic trades that may become available to them this summer.
Brett, what are you hearing about Jaylen Brown? Look, there is a lot of hyperbole and nonsense being said. I think Boston would be silly to move on from Jaylen Brown. But I also know that, Brad Stevens came out and said, look, I know what we need. Is there any way that they're thinking about potentially trading him or moving on from him? What are you hearing?
Well, there's going to be those conversations being had in the offseason. We just put out a big intel story this afternoon on Clutch Points, talking about all the teams that got eliminated from the playoffs and some intel about what direction each organization is going to be heading in. As far as the Celtics are concerned, Brad Stevens basically shut down all the rumors stating that there's friction between him and Brown and the front office and the team. And those were brought up by Tracy McGrady recently, and Brown even said on his live stream that he loves Boston. He wants to be there for the next 10 years. But whether or not that actually happens, it comes down to a few things. The first is that around the league, there's a sense that Boston is going to go through some kind of major change this offseason. Does that involve Jaylen Brown? Does that involve Derek White? It may be the secondary guys, Peyton Pritchard, Sam Hauser. Those conversations are being had among rival teams right now, and it starts at the very top with Jaylen Brown. They're going to have to look at what his market looks like, especially because he is going to be eligible this offseason for a 2-year, $141 million contract extension, a deal that would pay him around $70 million annually for those 2 seasons on that extension. And so if the Celtics approach him and they want to offer him that, it's going to be very telling. He can either accept it, and that basically answers all of our questions of if he's happy in Boston playing next to Jason Tatum and being kind of that Robin to Tatum's Batman, because Tatum's always going to be the number one guy there, especially now that he's healthy. Or the second option is he declines that contract extension, which basically signals that he doesn't want to be there, and the Celtics need to trade him this offseason. So those are going to be conversations ongoing up until July when he becomes eligible for that extension. And obviously the Celtics are going to do their due diligence to just see what value is out there. Brad Stevens is one of the best executives in the league. He's great at taking advantage of the moment and getting great value for his guys. And so if the opportunity comes and there's a great deal out there for Jaylen Brown, I would expect them to fully consider such.
Talking with Brett Siegel, guys, from Clutch Points, NBA Insider. We'll get back to more free agency and potential trades. Is this going to be the greatest opportunity for the Knicks to win their first championship since '73? They went through us like poop through a goose once they got their stuff straightened out. And now with Embiid banged up, it just seems like the sea has parted for them to get to the finals.
It certainly feels that way, right? The Knicks have a great draw after avoiding the Celtics. They were built to compete with the Celtics by getting those wings like Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby. And so they avoid the Celtics altogether. They get a banged-up 76ers team right now. Joel Embiid is still questionable for Game 3 in Philadelphia. And with or without him, it's going to come down to Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe being able to take advantage of the moment and find driving lanes and setting the tone early. If they can do that for the 76ers, they have a chance to maybe make this a series. But if they don't, then obviously the Knicks are going to run away with it. OG Anunoby's health also a concern for the Knicks. He's questionable with his light hamstring strain. But this is the Knicks' best opportunity to potentially win a championship, but not necessarily talking about the title standpoint, but just to make the NBA Finals. There's a lot of pressure on this organization to get there this year. That's the next step that they envisioned doing last year. Ultimately, they fell short of their goals. That's why they fired Tom Thibodeau and they hired Mike Brown. If they come up short of the Eastern Conference Finals, if they come up short of the NBA Finals, it's going to be viewed as a disaster season for them, and they're going to enter the offseason with more major decisions. Karl-Anthony Towns, his contracts are going to be increasing. Is he worth keeping around? Mitchell Robinson will be a free agent. Will you look to bring him back? So this is the opportunity that they see to capitalize on right now with the Pistons having their struggles in the first round, the Cavaliers looking like a disaster, and now up 2-0 on the 76ers. Anything short of the NBA Finals would be a major disappointment for the Knicks.
Yeah, and you know, the crazy thing is I keep looking in the West and going, if OKC or the Spurs advance, I just have a hard time believing that those two teams won't potentially win it all, even if it is the Knicks. Let me ask you this, Brett, as we're talking about all things NBA. The Lakers series obviously, you know, is slanted right now. And even if they got Luka back, I still don't believe that they would beat Oklahoma City. Would they maybe win a game or two? Yeah. And I don't even know if that's going to happen with the way things have gone. Now, I think they'll get some home cooking going to Game 3 with all the complaining we saw last night with Austin Reeves and company. But I just feel like this is a complete mismatch.
Yeah, and the Thunder haven't struggled at all in these playoffs. At this point, I'd be surprised if they even lost a game heading into the Western Conference Finals. And it doesn't even look like that they're playing hard out there at times. They're just kind of going through the motions as if they're playing a bunch of regular season games. Second half, they come back, they put their foot down on the Lakers, and Los Angeles is doing everything they can to try to win a game in this series, at least just steal one. And the Thunder are just going through it, and they're without Jalen Williams. So once he comes back from injury, you're talking about the reigning champions getting an all-star, all-NBA talent back from injury. It's just the rich getting richer, and I just don't see any team, even the Spurs, being on their level right now in terms of how comfortable the Thunder look in the playoffs. But the Spurs have given them a run for their money this year. They beat them 4 out of 5 times. They beat them in a big national stage game in that NBA Cup. That was really the coming out party for Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. And so I think that would be an excellent Western Conference Finals series, and I agree with you. I think the winner of that is going to be the favorites to win the NBA Finals. Obviously, the Thunder, heavily favored against any team that they would go against. And if it's Spurs versus Knicks, I think that would be a very interesting series as well. But right now, it just seems like that it's a collision course for the Thunder to go on and win another championship at this point. Some updates on Luka, and in this series, last week we reported at Clutch Points that there was some optimism within the Lakers organization that maybe Luka could progress to that next stage of recovery this week and go through some more individual stuff. But that has not happened. He's just not been cleared for one-on-one contact yet. It's very small steps that he's taking. And at this point, it's looking very doubtful that he will be back at any point in this OKC series, even if it goes 6 or 7 games.
As my compadre says, soft body Luka. Talking NBA guys with Brett Siegel from Clutch Points here on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. Where you mentioned Jaylen Brown. Who's going to land Giannis? And I mean, if the Knicks don't get it, well, they could be in there. I've heard the Heat want him. Who's going to get Giannis?
Well, right now it's going to be interesting to see what the Bucks decide. Their owner came out the other day during Taylor Jenkins' press conference and basically said that they've talked with Giannis. They feel like that they're in a good place with him, and they're going to evaluate everything over the next 5 weeks leading up to the 2026 NBA draft and figure out a path forward. Does that mean trading Giannis? Does that mean keeping him and offering him that mega extension that he's going to be eligible for in September? But they're going to have a clear vision here. They're going to have a plan, and whatever that plan is, it's going to set Milwaukee up for future success. And if they do decide to move on from Giannis, and it does seem like right now that it's 60-40 in terms of them trading Giannis. If he is to be traded, you're going to have all those teams that were pursuing him at the deadline in the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Golden State Warriors, Miami Heat, along with several others that are going to look to get into the mix. But For you guys, the one team that we've heard that is not going to be in the mix, among a group of teams that's not going to be in the mix, is the Atlanta Hawks. That they're not focused on a win-now move like that. They don't want to sacrifice major assets like these draft picks that they have, along with Jalen Johnson, who is a growing All-NBA talent. And so the Hawks are on a trajectory that they like right now. They're not going to be involved for Giannis, but those big fish, the Warriors, the Heat, you can throw the New York Knicks back in there depending on if they make the NBA Finals or not. Those are going to be the teams heavily pursuing Giannis. And then the one kind of dark horse team that we can throw in there, the Orlando Magic. They're going to be going through a coaching change this offseason. A lot of candidates that have kind of popped up, but none that have been confirmed yet by the Magic. One that we've heard is Mike Budenholzer, who's a former head coach of Giannis with the Bucks, and he won a championship there. I would just keep an eye on the Magic making a big move this offseason with the way that their books are set up, and especially because of concerns about Franz Wagner's injury and then Jalen Suggs' future as well.
Yeah, look, if they get Bud, that may be the missing piece. It was in Milwaukee. And I'll say this, too. What about Banchero, man? Like, he basically got the previous coach fired. Is he going to have to okay something like that, even if it is a championship-caliber coach?
It depends. I think that the Magic are on a timeline right now where they sacrifice future first-round picks to get Desmond Bane. They gave up 4 first-round picks in a move that they saw could help take them to that next step to be an NBA title contention. That did not happen this season. And around midseason, they were a team that reached out to the Bucks to talk about Giannis, whether or not it was Franz Wagner, whether or not it was Paolo Banchero involved in those trade talks. We can't confirm either one at this moment. We're going to try to get more details on that over the next few weeks, especially leading up to what could be the Giannis blockbuster trade before the trade deadline or before the NBA draft. And so would the Magic consult with Paolo Banchero if he is going to be a part of their future? Obviously, he would have some kind of pull in saying that. But as far as going after a big move like Giannis, there's nothing for him to approve, especially if he could be the one being involved in that trade.
Hey, Brett, whether you hear or vote you hear around the league or just your opinion, what do you think of Kuminga? Should we keep working with Kuminga, or is he just, because we don't know what he is? He gave us a real good spark in the 2 games we won, but he's also very frustrating with his jump shooting.
Right. We reported on this today in our intel piece at Clutch Points, kind of talking about the Hawks' future, and one of the big questions that they face is, will they bring back Jonathan Kuminga? He was their main trade deadline addition in that trade with the Warriors that involved Kristaps Porzingis, and he did make an impact with the Hawks right away. He seemed to be a spark plug off the bench for them, and he looked pretty good at times in that Knicks series as well. He's going to be on the books for the Hawks with that team option next season if they do decide to exercise it. I believe it's around $24.2 million, something like that. And quite honestly, my opinion in talking with some other front office executives around the league, it would make the most sense for them to exercise that option and pick it up. A, because you could use that maybe as a mid-season trade kind of exception like the Warriors did, where it's $24 million that you can play with. You can then go out and get somebody or a star that may become available and be opportunistic on the trade market. And also gives you another year to fit Jonathan Kuminga into this system before you decide if he's worth a long-term deal or not. If you opt out and give him a long-term deal now and things don't work out, you're going to find yourself stuck in a situation like some other teams around the league have with bad contracts for the next 4 or 5 years. And so you have this team option. It's a luxury if you're the Hawks. Just opt into it, see how Jonathan Kuminga plays, and then make a decision before the trade deadline and then next offseason.
Totally agree. It is financial certainty of what you're dealing with. And team. By the way, I know it sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but that's chump change in the NBA when you start talking about the star-level salaries and the movability of a contract like that. Mm-hmm. Great stuff, man. As always, follow him, Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, NBA Insider. We appreciate you stopping by today.
No problem, guys. Have a great weekend.
Cool. Did you hear what he said? Orlando gave up 4 firsts for Desmond Bane.
Right.
I like him, but he ain't that.
That's about as dumb as giving up 3 first-rounders for DeJounte. Oh, wait a minute.
We did that.
DeJounte Murray.
Guys, you don't give up 4 firsts unless it's a transcendent player.
Right.
And that's what I'm talking about. This is why when guys ask us, will we give up these first-round picks for Jaylen Brown? I love Jaylen, but I'm not giving up all these picks.
No, and again, we need pieces. As much as we don't want to take a step back, maybe we do take a baby step back. We need a big. We need a veteran big. And there are guys, I was just talking to some of the guys on YouTube. You listen to some of the guys you and I spoke about. There's a bunch of, you got a full range of guys in their prime who are unrestricted. There's some restricted where teams can match match.
Yeah.
And then you got old guys. If you want to get a Mitchell Robinson in here. That's the kind of toughness that's the kind of X factor thing we need. We don't have on this team. That's why I'd like to get him down here.
Are him and Dyson Noah going to fight at training camp? That would be my
That's
question.
okay, though. Now they'll be buddies. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
I ain't forgot.
Steve Cooney comes out. And now it's time for Hawks Thunderdome.
Coming up, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's Dukes and Bell.
Hey, this is Randy McMichael from the Midday Shows are coming up on Monday. Where did the ping pong ball drop for the Hawks? Also, how did the Braves do against the Dodgers? And continue to talk about the NBA playoffs. And it all starts at 11 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Lock in the best seats now for the 2026 to 2027 Atlanta Hawks season.
Exploding to the basket. What a shot!
Where moments
in his bag
become memories.
Down the lane for the flush. Got it! Shaquille Alexander Walker.
Atlanta Hawks membership presented by Ticketmaster. Put your deposit down now at hawks.com/join.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
When you're hurt in an accident, things happen so fast. It's Allie Mack here, and here's an example of why you should have Sweet James accident attorneys ready to go in your phone. A Sweet James client was riding his motorcycle on the freeway. A car crossed into his lane, knocked him off his bike. His accident left him with fractures, spinal injuries, needing multiple surgeries. So he called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James stepped in. They fought back and delivered a win of $2.25 million. Now, they can't guarantee the outcome. Results vary, but experience, that matters. If you're hurt in a wreck, call the accident attorneys at Sweet James for a free case review at 800-9-million.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
At long last, all the greatest hits together on one compact disc with timeless classics like
The lottery just paid. I finally got it made.
And who can forget the mega hit Big Money?
Big money, ain't it funny? The cash is raining down.
The greatest hits for you to hear over and over again.
I hit the jackpot and I got rich just yesterday.
Minutes of pure listening pleasure.
Don't get your hits like this. Get a nice hit of cash instead with the new hit family of scratchers from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
With the new Millionaire for Life game, you can win $1 million every year for the rest of your life. That's right, the rest of your life. Sounds like a good payment plan to me. Play the Millionaire for Life game from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at galottery.com.
Listen up, guys. What mom really wants this Mother's Day is to be pampered at Spa Sidel. Give her a gift card. Let her choose from a day spa, med spa, wellness services, you name it. It's the best gift you can give to her for all that she does. $50 bonus card with every $150 gift card purchase. Go to spasidel.com.
Mother's Day, celebrate her with something truly special. At P.F. Chang's, enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at just $89.99. Featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice, plus the bold signature flavors she loves. It's more than a meal. It's a celebration made just for her. Reserve your table now and make Mother's Day unforgettable. only at P.F. Chang's. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score! WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Falcons rookie minicamp is underway with Kevin Stefanski and part of the team's rookie class speaking with media today. Elsewhere in quarterback news around the league, Taylor Heineke, former Falcons quarterback, announced his retirement yesterday, while Aaron Rodgers is trending towards re-signing with the Steelers, according to reports. And in the NBA playoffs, the number 1 seeds rolled yesterday to 2-0 series leads. Tonight sees a pair of games 3 between the Knicks and Sixers and Spurs and T-Wolves. I'm Joe Patrick.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
Y'all smoking the competition. Tell me how that feel, baby.
Stop it, Rick. Stop it.
Ricky Rose. I'm going to do my Ricky Rose.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Happy Friday, everybody. There is some news that we need to get to that probably is going to affect our Atlanta Falcons and one specific Falcon. But before we get to that, guys on the field, we're talking about our rookies. And if you're just joining us, Zachariah Branch is going to join us sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. Don't want to be too specific, so make sure you just tune in because, they're coming off the field. They got a lot of stuff going on. But May 14th, we also mentioned the schedule will drop. We know our home games as far as the teams. We do not know the dates and what that's going to look like, and we know our away teams as well. So next week, we finally get the schedule drop. But got to give a big shout-out to Kevin Stefanski. Mike, happy birthday to Coach. Today is his birthday, and as the rookie minicamp is ongoing, celebrating another trip around the sun. And the Falcons put out that nice picture of Michael Penix and his beautiful bride, Mike, as well. As we talked about that dance video last week, actually.
Right.
But Penix has been up there, man. You saw the picture of Penix, the still photo.
Yes. Again, the great debate. How ambulatory is our projected starting quarterback? So we'll continue that. Stefanski's 44. I wonder if his wife got him maybe a Pearl Jam box set. We talked about that with him last time he was on. But now we get to see, a little sneak peek. Again, it's just mini camp. I know our player representative here at the station, Randy Mack, would say this is all a waste of time.
Yes, he would.
But the rookies have to get the playbook and know what it is to be a pro and all that comes with it. That's the first start to their careers, and it starts today. Also, interesting little factoid, our buddy Smoking Joe Patrick posted some photos of red practice jerseys in addition to the, don't touch the quarterback jerseys, but, this guy's wearing red because that's part of our new scheme.
I like it, man. You know who else's birthday it is today? MP9. Does that mean that they have some kind of synergy? Because they have the same day in which they were born. Michael Penix Jr. as well, ironically. So, big shout out, man.
So what does that make him? I'm not really good into astrology. You know what that is? What
are you talking about? Oh,
what the sign is?
Taurus.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, May, right? Yeah, I think my dad was a Taurus.
There was a time for you get younger guys out there, and we missed out on that. It was not our generation, but the previous, in the 70s. Hey, baby, what's your sign?
Used to work.
See if we're compatible.
But I will say this, Mike. Well, no, I won't. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there.
What was there? I forget the Rodney Dangerfield.
Because there was a specific sign that men were like, man, she's a whatever sign, and that meant you were good.
I'll give you a family-friendly Rodney Dangerfield joke. My wife's an earth sign. I'm a water sign. Together we make mud. Anyway.
All right. Hey, man, coming up, we are going to get a chance to talk more about what's going on with the Braves. Big series in L.A., and I think, it's not going to validate us. It's not. Like, we can lose this series, guys. Doesn't mean we're still not going to the World Series and winning this division, blah, blah, blah. But it is a big series in many different ways. We'll continue to talk about that. But our buddy Bryant McFadden is also going to stop by. 4 o'clock now? Is that right? Okay, he got pushed today, so he'll be on at 4 o'clock to talk about all the things going on around the NFL. Speaking of that, let me tell you this, and then we'll get into some other news. Here's what I was talking about, Mike, that could affect our situation. So today, Jets star running back Breece Hall just got his deal. So he had been franchise tagged. Remember, they got until July to work out a long-term deal.
Right.
Like Pitts, he signed his deal. He's going to play on the franchise tag. Well, his agent and Breece Hall were able to come to an agreement. It's 3 years, $45.7 million. So it's worth about $15.2 per year.
Okay.
And the reason I'm saying this is because we keep talking about Bijan Robinson. Look, I think when it's time, Bijan will become the highest paid running back and maybe the highest paid player. I don't know about player because, again, you're talking about quarterback salaries, but certainly the highest paid running back. I think it'll be more than this, Mike, but you always talk about what's the range? What are we talking about? What are we looking at?
Right, resets the market. Well, I mean, this guy's a potential MVP, so I do know that he is going to get more than what he's currently making right now. I'm curious. I do think that I think 16, maybe 17 million a year. I mean, it's going to be more than what you just talked about, for sure.
It is.
And again, we stole the Philadelphia Eagles cap guy. And it'll be interesting to see. That's we put together kind of an all-star team of front office. Not that the fans give a flip about that, but part of the stuff is how creative they're going to get. How do you make it all work? Including what do you think about Drake London? So Drake, Bijan. Next would be Bergeron. You want to keep your offensive line in place, right? There's just something to think about.
Yeah. All right. That's why I mentioned it. And if you're seeing more running backs, again, the top tier guys. That's what we're looking at. And for Breece Hall, great deal for him. There's no doubt. But I think Bijan will get more.
Yes.
All right, Day, we got to talk about what else is going on around the league. Let's get to 4th and 1.
It's time for 4th and 1 on Dukes and Bell.
First down, let's get this right now.
All the NFL news and notes you need as we drive for the touchdown on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So Jawan Jennings agrees to a 1-year deal with the Vikings. Remember he played last year, at times looked like a superstar.
Yeah.
Against us included.
That's of course against us. That's a game we forgot. How many men did we need on the field? No, sometimes 11, especially when Christian McCaffrey's out there.
What did he tell us? That he didn't worry about it because it wasn't a...
Ross said a lot of things to us last year, Carl. But anyway, Jawan's a guy that it sounds about right. 1-year deal because he gets a raise for what he was making. But, some people say he was worth waiting for, as far as how he came, had some big breakout performances last season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Sonny Styles signs his rookie contract with the Commanders. This is a guy that Dan Quinn coveted. He got him in the draft. 4 years, $37.2 million, fully guaranteed. You're going to see a lot of the rookie deals. We talked about our guys being on the field, getting signed yesterday. And, Mike, we were talking about it earlier. Our rookies include, obviously, Zachariah Branch, Kendall Daniels, Harold Perkins Jr., all announced signings, and then the 14 undrafted free agents who are there as well. The big story, though, Mike mentioned it to start the show, as we were talking about the NFL and the Referees Association ratifying a new 7-year deal. So that's a long time.
So however you feel about the refs, I don't think we want to go back to the days of the replacement refs because that was almost like a charade or a charade, as some would say. But yeah, man, 7-year deal in place till 2032. And what do the refs do when they're not being refs? I think they should be full-time refs. You know what I mean? What does that mean?
Quit your job?
Yeah, I mean, you should give them a bit of a raise. Now, I hate to say that. I mean, some of these refs we'd like to see fired, but the idea that these guys are part-time, it's the most important decisions on the field and the most important sport in the world. Sorry, soccer. And you still have guys that are like, well, it's kind of a part-time gig. I mean, but I get it. Guys right now who are refs, they have real jobs that are college refs or high school refs that listen to the show.
They do.
But you'd think the NFL could have the officiating academy, Carl. Make it like the Hunger Games with the refs. So we get the best of the best of the best. Sir.
Full time.
Just throwing it out there.
But look, I don't disagree. I don't know if it'll ever happen. It
won't.
It hasn't.
Cost money.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But 7-year collective bargaining agreement between the refs and the league, so that's set. And that makes me feel good because a few weeks ago I told y'all if this didn't get settled, this thing's going to be a mess at the start of the season. Meanwhile, Carson Beck says his right arm injury from the 2024 SEC championship game is as strong as it's ever been. You guys remember when he left that game?
Right.
I was there. Playing Texas, he gets hit. Obviously, Gunner comes in, did a hell of a job. But, yeah, man, Mike, that's why I think people have questioned his arm strength because of that injury.
Well, he threw a really nice completion to Jamari Sharp at the end of the national championship. Unfortunately, he was playing for the Hoosiers. Now, we can all debate where that ball was supposed to go. I told you the John Gruden breakdown because you thought it was there, right? You know it's there. Then it's not there. It's not there. Safety. It wasn't but anyway, Carson Beck, what do you think he's going to be at the next level?
Well, look, the Cardinals, they take a chance on him. They're in need. I think they give him a shot, obviously, to see where this goes. I just think the irony to all of this is if they end up realizing that this isn't the answer and you've missed out on next year's quarterback draft.
Right.
Because that's what everybody's anticipating, right? And we've said this. We're a long ways away from next spring, but 6 in the first 15 will not surprise me in next year's draft.
What's the comp? Like, if things go well, a taller Drew Brees?
No, he's look. I think Carson Beck is athletic, more athletic. Remember, guys, He can move. I feel like Mike, his size, he is the prototypical NFL quarterback. 6'5". He's a big dude.
Some guys say the comp. I'm looking right now. A Jared Goff or Ryan Tannehill.
That may be more like it. Yes, I would agree with that.
If it goes bad, Kenny Pickett.
But I think they give him a shot, and then look, we wish him the best. I think the main thing, and I've always said this about Carson, even when he was with the Dogs, if what he's got going on between his ears is good, he can be a hell of a quarterback. If he gets caught up in all the stuff that he can potentially get caught up with mentally, Mike, he has those lapses. And I never thought it's been about the physical traits with Carson Beck. I've always thought it's been about the mental aspect.
Between the ears, right about that.
Hey, man, as we talk about guys calling it quits, Taylor Heineke retiring.
Yeah, 11 years, made his money, right? Got the big pension, and he's stepping away.
Yeah.
Someone can still call him in a pinch if there's a bunch of quarterbacks that go down this year.
But he's here in the ATL, man. He's from here. I mean, I know he bought a house here. He's been living here for a while.
Who was more excited than you and I up in Nashville that weekend for the Titans game? And Heineke's going to get the start. They bench Ritter.
Well, but here's the deal. When that happened, everybody around us lost their mind. We're in Tennessee. Ritter's playing like hot garbage. And Arthur Smith decided to come out to have halftime. And everybody said, he won't do it. He won't do it.
He went there.
And he did. And we had a chance to win the game. We had a chance to go down the field on the last drive.
That was a crazy weekend in and of itself. By the way, never take edibles from a guy named Monkey.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that was a weekend that we ran into the Falcon fans, me and the dude. Remember? We had the 8 o'clock dinner reservation. I told you the story. We slept all the way till 8 o'clock the next day.
Oh, yeah, because we were out all night.
No, you were out with the white. Yeah, we were going to try.
We were out.
We were going to try to meet up, and it's like we're hitting it. And my buddy's like, "Yeah, this will help you sleep tonight." And we take. I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to sleep too late."
We had such a good time.
That was Nashville is. We were talking about this the other day, and it's not football related. If they get the baseball team, which the Braves are going to probably fight tooth and nail, but just Nashville, just all of a sudden has become such the destination. It's been like that for years, but now everybody's picked up on it. It's such a spot.
So many people live, like, when I say people, as in people that you'd be like, really?
Right.
They live in Nashville? It has become, because it's easy in, easy out. Airport.
Actors, rock stars, not just the country scene.
No state income tax, and cost of living is really good. And so, yeah, man, I mean, a lot of people have moved there. But I will say that was a crazy game. But that's the one that jumps out at me when he made that switch and Heineke came in. And then remember, he started a few games after that.
Right, but unfortunately, the team, it's just when you're a mediocre football team, and that's where we're living, 8 wins, 7 wins, 9 wins, that's basically where we are. That's the game also that DeAndre Hopkins had the big day against A.J. Terrell.
Crushed him. Yeah, D-Hop was literally just throw it up. It was crazy. Yeah. All right, man, lots more to get to.
Hey, we'll have more happy Falcon memories coming your way.
Can we get some? That's all I'm asking. I am excited about these rookies being on the field. We'll talk to Zachariah Branch, Dog fans. He's going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour. I am excited about the guys that are joining our team, Mike, and AV, obviously AV on Terrell. But I will say, that's where we've been living. Can we get some of those moments? It feels like it's been so long. Far few in between. We had the Kirk Cousins swag surf night overtime win. Outside of that, over the last 4 years, name another moment.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the two games you talked about, the Tampa game, the come from behind win, where everybody, like us, started moving down the ramp, and they had to watch the end of the game crawl from different seats. And the other Tampa game, where you had Pitts had the touchdowns. We play well against those. Pitts would be a Hall of Famer if he only played against Tampa.
Yeah, it's true. All right, man, we've got more to dive into. We'll tell you the latest about what's going on around the NFL with our man B-Mac. He's coming up at 4 o'clock. But when we come back, What is it going to take for him to be himself? It's Dukes and Bell.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The NCAA announced on Thursday that both the men's and women's basketball tournaments will expand to 76 teams starting next season. Nobody asked for this. Sure, college basketball fans won't pass up more basketball. 12 games in 2 days doesn't sound terrible until you realize the teams that will be involved. Back at the end, major power conference teams sneaking in. Nobody asked for this. I'm Chris Black.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Promotional offers may vary by market. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I'm here to play ball. Let's go to work, baby. Let's go. Find out who the Falcons are playing next season here first.
It's 92.9 The Game's NFL schedule release special, Thursday at 8 p.m.
Join host Chris Thomas as he gives you our exclusive analysis
as we reveal who, when, and where the Falcons will play in 2026.
92.9 The Game's NFL schedule release special, brought to you by Kia. Movement that inspires.
From Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long. Join for $1 down, $15 a month, no commitment. Deal ends May 15th. See Club for details.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, May is our favorite month. Even though we support the military community all year long, Military Appreciation Month is our time to celebrate all those who go above and beyond. Because we know all members of the military community protect our country at home and abroad, take care of their families, and volunteer in their communities. That's why it's been our mission to help service members of all branches, veterans, and military family members for over 90 years. As a member-owned, not-for-profit credit union, we invest in our members with lower rates, fewer fees, and we were named one of the best banks and credit unions for military by Money. We also support the military community through our partnership with Hire Heroes USA, empowering transitioning service members, veterans, and military spouses to succeed in the civilian workforce. To learn more, visit NavyFederal.org/celebrate. And from all of us, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Hey, Rusty Mansell here. Embrace the haze with a hazy little theme from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for that ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with hazy little theme. Hazy, citrusy, and smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Mom, Dad, the power just went out.
Don't worry, sweetie. The generator's kicking on right now.
Wow, I am so glad we invested in that reliable whole home backup generator.
Yeah, and it didn't cost an arm and a leg.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, all the annual tune-ups are included, and any future repairs, no extra charge ever.
Exactly. What a relief.
Weather any storm with a reliable whole home backup generator for just $159.99 a month. Get your free consultation at reliableair.com.
Reliable air, it's always just right.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Another sports flash. Just moments away.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
This report is brought to you by A1 Garage Door.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Falcons rookie minicamp is underway with Kevin Stefanski and part of the team's rookie class speaking with media today. Elsewhere in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers is trending towards re-signing with the Steelers, according to reports. And after a day off, the Braves begin the last series of a 9-game road trip against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight. Chris Sale makes the start while Spencer Strider is expected to go tomorrow. I'm Joe Patrick.
Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We'll talk some Falcons with Joe Patrick at 5 o'clock as the rookies are on the field. Minicamp for our rookies. And we're going to talk to Zachariah Branch coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Hey, man, what's it going to take for him to get back to himself? I'm not even talking about being elite. I'm just talking about Austin Riley being himself. As we start this series with the Dodgers, it may be the one question that everybody is wondering as far as Braves country is concerned. Sean Murphy's back. He's not going to DH guys. I don't think that's the right answer there. But Money Harris has been playing a little bit of left field because, Ronald Acuña's out, and it slows down him having to chase balls down in center field. But I don't know when he's going back. Maybe we'll find that out. Maybe he's back in center field today or tonight. But, Mike, I'm looking at all the things that I could question. There's really only one thing, and that is when is Austin Riley going to get back to himself and just be that consistent player that got him this contract, by the way. Again, not even being, Mike, an MVP type candidate. Just be the guy that drives in runs and, hits for average. I'm not asking a lot, but he's not even doing that. And it's concerning now for me because 1 month, okay, it's early in the season. We're 2 months in now.
No, as we said, we got some Braves fans out there like, blah, 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 I do not want to hear it. But, he's getting paid. Look, we never talk about the money because the money compared to other major leaguers like the team you're going to play this weekend with the Dodgers is next to nothing. But Riley did get a bigger contract. You gave it to him relatively early in his career. That's Double A's method. But you're right. Last couple of years, guys, it's not been good. And, when you're batting 207, and again, he's dropping down to 7th, 8th. I mean, how about you, as I said to Carl earlier, how low can you go?
How low can you go?
I mean, it's just very weird, and we'll talk to Grant about it and get his take on it, but he's looking at tape. He's doing all the things you can do. He's tried to be a little more aggressive at the plate, maybe sitting on, looking for fastballs first pitch. Nothing is working.
Nothing is
consistently.
Working. Yeah. Dodgers have a kid named Andy Pages. He's really good. Matter of fact, he drove in all their runs the other night against the Astros. Mike, he has 8 home runs on the season, and you wouldn't even know who he is. Ozzie has more home runs than Austin Riley. I mean, you start to look at this list, and it's just wow. And not only just guys on his team, these are guys, some of these guys are just now coming into their own and becoming really good players. So, yeah, it's concerning. There's no debating.
And the other thing, you're a Pro Bowl. I mean, you're a pro baseball player. You're a veteran. You're supposed to be a leader on this team. You're supposed to be that guy. He's batting 146 against right-handed pitching.
Holy moly!
I'm looking at the splits. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I mean, 31 strikeouts against right-handers, 12 against lefties. So we hope that Austin figures it out. But the last 2 years, some of it was, of course, injuries. But injuries, it's still part of your baseball card. 35 home runs he's supposed to hit in 1 year, not in the last 2 seasons. But we're going to this one.
All right. And by the way, we don't have the answer. If we did, Mike and I would be calling Walt Weiss and telling him, hey, Walt, here's what you need to do. If you don't think Walt Weiss has already talked to Brian Snitker about this, you're out of your mind.
I mean, I don't think that's – I mean, maybe Walt Weiss is more the old school and he'll say maybe time for a slump buster.
I'm sorry?
What? Never mind. The kids in the car, somebody have to explain that to the kids.
Hey, whatever it takes, man. Seriously, I want to see – if that was happening with what Olsen's giving you, with what Drake Baldwin's giving you, with what Ozzy's giving you, this thing goes up a notch.
But I think the average Braves fan is not following this because they don't care because we're playing so well. I mean, you're one of the top teams. As we said, it's the Cubs, Yankees, and Braves leading the major leagues in wins with 26. Everything is rolling. The pitching has been good enough. It's been great. So, and guys like Dubon are hitting, then Dominic Smith give you some clutch hits. You already talked about everybody else who's raking. So, I guess for some Braves fans, it's not a problem now, but it'll be a problem at some point.
It's not resonating. No, and look, that may be the case. But I'll give you another guy. Dansby has more home runs than Austin Riley.
Oh, damn. Are you serious?
That's my point.
Oh, man.
So it's like
now you put it that way.
And thanks, Mike. And by the way, it's not just the home runs; it's across the board. But yes, maybe you're right about that, and that's why people are shrugging their shoulders about it. I just feel like you can't dismiss the highest paid guy on the team and allegedly, the third baseman for the next 10 years is what they signed him for, Mike, and just say, well, it's not a big deal. I can't do that.
I got the key for his date.
Let me ask you this. Would you be having that same conversation if it was Ronald Acuna?
Oof, that's exactly right.
The answer is no.
No, of course not. No, you're right. I'm just looking real quick. How about Iblack?
What do you mean?
He's batting 111 during the day. No, I'm just telling you. He's got 107 at bats at night. Does much better. Bats 234 at night. He bats 111 again in the daytime. So more eye black.
So can he not see?
I always loved wearing eye black as a kid. So I had to look cool. It didn't really.
Eye black is cool.
It didn't really matter, but look, it did really help. I don't know, but it looked cool.
It did look cool. No, the glare thing.
Did you ever wear flip shades in high school baseball and ever get them on properly and actually flip them in time to make the catch?
No flip shades.
Dave ain't shaking his head no either. You know that whole thing?
The whole tinted screen thing came out with the helmets, and that was a big deal. And then obviously they went away from that. But never the flip shades, man. No.
Right.
They do look cool, though.
We all wore them, but no, again, pop fly is I look like Jerry Lewis trying to.
It's not the shades.
The guys, the pros make it look so much cooler.
Hey, man, Dodgers and Braves tonight. It is Chris Sale. Just something we're talking about. And look, there's not, be quite honest with you, this is not a fabricated conversation.
No. Braves fans are ignoring it.
Yes.
Because of the collective is so good, they're not focusing on it. I mean, and look, as you said, there's always going to be some fans out there that just, every time we pick on Austin Riley, mention Acuna. I'm like, well, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Doesn't. But if Acuna hadn't hit but 5 home runs and was almost hitting 200, you guys would be like, what the hell? That's all I'm saying. Right. And I think, Mike, is that because you feel like Acuna is more talented? And he is.
Right.
But the fact is, Austin Riley has proven he's a heck of a player, too. And so I think that's why I'm like, all right, you're going to dismiss it because we're doing so well. But if it was Ronald Acuna, you would be having an issue with it. That's how I feel.
Right, and again, it's not like I had a guy hit me up on the text line yesterday. He's like, "I used to pick on Olsen, now you're picking on Riley." Well, just stating facts, man. Again, we've all done the mea culpa. Those of us who were kind of having the Freddie withdrawal syndromes with Matt Olson. We spent some time on that earlier in the week. Matt Olson is having an unbelievable year. He's been an unbelievable Brave, and the result. You cannot blame the lack of postseason clutch and pitching on him. You know what I mean? There's other extenuating circumstances. He's great. Second in the league in RBIs, second in baseball, third in baseball in home runs. He's doing everything. So, but at some point, though, we're going to need Austin Riley to be better than this.
Yeah, we are. You know who spoke about Austin Riley, Mike? Our friend, Chipper Jones, who was on the Steakhouse, by the way. Listen to what he said about Austin Riley and what's going on with him at the plate.
He's getting pitches that he's looking for and just missing them. And we always go through periods during the course of the season. It's big right now because it's at the beginning of the season and he's coming off a season where he was hurt. But and I really can't say anything if he thinks his approach is good and he's just missing pitches. He's not going to miss those pitches all year, and somebody's going to pay for this little slump that he's in right now.
Okay. I hope so. And look, if anybody knows, it's that dude. Chipper knows about hitting, and if that's what he's saying, if his approach is good, then I can't complain about what's going on with him. He's just not on right now, but he eventually will be. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Our man B-Mac's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. Also, as we mentioned, Zachariah Branch from our Atlanta Falcons as the rookies are on the field. We'll get a chance to chop it up with him and talk about, how excited it is, man, and exciting it is to be at this point for a guy like him who's leaving Georgia, Mike, and then, not having to go far down the road and come to the ATL and help a team who is in need of a player like him.
Right.
This wasn't just we'll pick him up. Guys, this is a need and a guy who fits the need, I think, perfectly.
The other story today, and we were talking about, a couple of guys hit us up on the text line about the rookie camp with the Falcons. We're going to get more into that with Brian McFadden. Ask him what rookie camp's all about.
Yes.
And what are you looking for? And a couple of guys were asking us, do you think that Michael Penix Jr., do you think there's an agenda, I guess is the question? Do you think the Falcons are going to do everything in their power that Penix gets the full evaluation? That means starting from week 1. In other words, not saying that Tu's not going to get a fair shake, but that it would be somehow slanted towards Penix because he's the better value. He's the guy with the higher upside because of where he is with the contract. You buy any of that?
I do. And look,
I would never say that, guys. I'm just saying. We're just asking about, because guys keep asking every day about the timeline, the video of him dancing. Matt Ryan interview basically saying that no one's given any specifics about when he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, look, I feel like, Mike, we lived that last year. I feel like the organization and the people who were in charge were slanted in making sure that they gave Michael Penix that opportunity last year. Now, again, injuries are injuries, and it wasn't his fault. But I will say this, and you've been saying it all along, the new regime doesn't have that obligation. All they're obligated to do is play the best player, right? And win as many games as possible, and then if that player is undeniably so much better than the other guy, then you keep that guy and you potentially move on. But I don't know if we didn't see more of a slant towards a player last year when you had a veteran in Kirk Cousins who, now we can say this, for where he was in his career, gave us a better chance to win.
Right.
And
he had a 4-game win streak to end the season. And the slant was, regardless of whatever's going on, we're giving Mike the job. And that's where that ended up. So if there was a slant, it was last year. We witnessed it. Because the Athletic ranking is 23rd in the NFL as far as best roster. Remember, guys, second in the league in sacks. That's got to count for something. We get the best running back in the league right now, right? Pound for pound, with the best athletes. But what weights it down with the roster is the quarterback. Otherwise, you'd be like a top 15 or better. Not that it matters. It's just clickbait, during the offseason.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Kevin Stefanski, speaking about Branch, by the way, we'll tell you what he had to say about the rookie and much more on the Falcons. It's Dukes and Bell on a Friday.
Chris Mack here to help you reach closer with Westwood One Sports. It's hard to look at Game 2 between the Spurs and T-Wolves and think there's a path for Minnesota, even with a healthy Anthony Edwards, to steal this series. San Antonio's got Pop pulling together evil genius film sessions between games. But the T-Wolves also looked as unmotivated and unenergetic the other night as they've looked in these playoffs, and I'm willing to bet on a bounce back. Whether they win or not, another thing, but I'll take Minnesota in the 4.5 tonight in Game 3. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Fitness experts recommend we walk approximately 10,000 steps per day. When it comes to walking, the Bible also has something to say, not about the number of our steps, but about the character of our steps. It says we're to walk with integrity. Proverbs 10:9 says, "He who walks with integrity walks securely, but the man who takes crooked paths will be found out." Integrity means not only doing the right thing in public, it also means doing the right thing when no one is looking. No matter where we go, what we do, or when we do it, we want to please God more than man. So if you're walking down the wrong path, I encourage you to reconsider, stop, turn around, seek the forgiveness of Christ, and start walking with Him. He's the only one who's ever walked with perfect integrity. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Visit rightfromtheheart.org and click Devotions to read the daily devotion and send to a friend.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent. A devastating truck wreck got you tied up to a hospital bed? Watch out. The insurance company will come at you like vultures, pretending your claim is worth diddly squat. Don't listen to them. Don't sign anything. Learn more at callken.com. I maximize your settlement at every turn. No delays, no excuses, no problem. One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
Callken.com. I don't let insurance vultures keep your money. Shoo! Shoo!
How about a little luxury for mom at Mother's Day this year? Hi, everybody. I want to talk to you about Spa Sidel. Give her a gift card. I'm just going to dummy it down for you. Real simple. First of all, $150 gift card. When you buy one, you get an extra $50 gift card, okay? You can do it all online, spasidel.com. Mother's Day, she wants to relax, y'all. She wants probably to get away from everybody, right? Locations in Alpharetta, Buckhead, and Perimeter. She will have the happiest of Mother Day when she gets a Spa Sidel gift card. spasidel.com.
Step into Twin Peaks and you're in the lodge. Warm wood, roaring TVs, and the kind of energy your living room wishes it had. Wings, burgers, and ice-cold 29-degree beer, and a whole vibe that keeps you planted till the final buzzer. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Carl Dukes here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy-efficient ones and getting half off of them for free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
And then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell. Let's talk about what Zachariah Branch, or at least what they're saying about him. Kevin Stefanski today up at Flyer Branch, according to our buddy Mark Ramonde. We'll talk to our own Joe Patrick, who covers the Falcons here, coming up at 5. Says, I don't think there's a limit to where he can line up on the field. That's what Kevin Stefanski has said. Now, that's just not about today, guys. That's about the film study. It's about the conversations with the coaches at Georgia. It's all about his skill set. And, Mike, we've been saying this, I think, maybe a few days after the draft. Guys pointed it out, and it's a great observation. Stefanski likes these kinds of wide receivers, right? Quick twitch, guys that have the ability in small spaces to juke and fake guys out, Mike, and get open. But more importantly, the size has never been an issue. And I think we talked about this when Zachariah got drafted. It was like, well, are people going to stay away? And then it was like, well, he's a slot guy. I don't want to limit him to just one thing. So for me, I'm glad Stefanski's saying this, because we haven't heard from Kevin about this, guys, in specifics about, Zachariah Branch. But, quote, I don't think there's a limit to where he can line up on the field. And then as far as Branch today saying the Falcons have transitioned his Georgia teammates Cash Jones to wide receiver. Jones was working with the wide receivers in drills today at rookie minicamp. So you talk about how do you make a team?
Right.
Special teams. Yeah, try to figure it out.
They say the kids say teams. But yeah, man, I went back, and it's funny because you go back and look at parallels with what we're kind of put together with our roster and what he had in Cleveland. And then once you get past the seasons where they're winning like 5 games, then you get to the seasons where it was Coach of the Year. And then, you got one season you've got Amari Cooper going for 1,100 yards, averaging 14 yards per catch.
Yep.
Njoku, the tight end. Of course, we think highly of Kyle Pitts. But yeah, there are some dudes on this roster that have the potential. Now, a guy hit me up the other day and he goes, our wide receiver room needs more work. Well, they tried to bring more guys into the wide receiver room in free agency with Jahan Dotson and Olamide Zaccheaus. They brought in more undrafted free agents in addition to bringing Zachariah Branch in. That's true. And as you said, looking forward to talking to the guy. It's going to be weird if I go, I really wanted you, man.
Look, I think you should tell him. You drafted him
like 50 times.
Yes.
Well, probably more like 400 times. But anyway, getting back to Stefanski, Pitts, if we get the most out of it, but if I catch myself every time we have this conversation, we were just talking during the break about how reliable is the quarterback going to be? How reliable is a guy now being asked to be under center? Both quarterbacks being asked to do something a little bit outside their comfort level in their previous experience. How about that? That's putting it mildly.
It is. Look, the conversation we were having before we went to break about does somebody have an advantage because the team feels obligated to play them? Mm-hmm. I would ask Falcon fans, do you feel obligated to want to see whether or not Michael Penix is the guy you think he is? And I say that obligation from a fan's perspective, meaning you pay your hard-earned money, you pay for the merch, we go to these games, you support them in every way, shape, and form, right? Don't you want to see?
Right.
Would you want to go into another year, and look, put the Tua thing aside, real talk here. Do you want to go into another year where we don't know?
Right.
I don't. So, yeah.
No, I'm sick and tired of the mediocre quarterback player. Again, Cousins was on a heater until the injury, and then we all know how that went. 24 went down the tubes. But we saw some good and bad with Penix, and as we talked about, I thought, last season, I put a lot of it on Zach Robinson. I hated the play calling. We've talked about, here's a young quarterback in his 14th or like 12th start in the league, and the clock's ticking down, 40-second clock, and you don't have the play in. You know what I mean? It's like he's yelling at the sideline, things like that.
Well, let me ask you,
the third game of the year where remember the Falcons go through the whole rigmarole of, we're going to bring him down to the sideline now, Zach Robinson. Oh, really? Yeah, maybe the preseason was the time to do that.
But here's the deal, and I think we talked about this. I feel like we've talked about all this stuff. But look, who did he have to rely on? Who was Zach Robinson going to? And I ask this question with all due respect. Like, when things were at its worst, and the offense was never really great last year.
Right.
Who was he going to get advice, Mike, to say, hey, here are the areas where I think we can improve, and this is what we probably should be doing. And, oh, by the way, this is going to help Michael in his development. Who's that guy?
Right.
Who was it? Now,
was it T.J. Yates? Ike Hilliard got fired.
Correct. So I say that because Alex Van Pelt is now part of this staff. Very well respected, okay? And I know you might be like, that same Alex? Yes, that Alex Van Pelt. He's carved out a nice career in the National Football League, guys, helping quarterbacks. Stefanski knows this. They've worked together before. I think that is a benefit for this offense. I know we all have our reservations about Tommy Rees and whether the play calling is going to be on point, but him and Stefanski seem to be seeing things eye to eye. My point is, if Stefanski's not calling plays, and he's already said he's not, Tommy Rees and Alex at least have a guy that they can go to in Stefanski and say, yo, this isn't working. What do you think? Mike, that was missing in my opinion last year.
No, there was a vacuum. There was a vacuum in the offensive, in the quarterback room, in the offensive room. We talked about all the issues, and not trying to bring up bad memories, but now you've got, as we like to say, adults in the room. It's a better staff. And look, Raheem had a great opportunity. He just blew it, guys. It's not revisionist history. We all saw what happened. He surrounded himself with some pretty bad coaches. Ulbrich was brought in to replace a guy that was a bad decision. Ulbrich was a good decision.
It was.
But moving now, present tense, they don't owe anything to Tua. It's the cheapest guy with a lot of big game experience you could find to battle.
There's nothing that you go through that someone else didn't go through and didn't overcome.
Every time he says something. What were you saying?
Be the best version of Tua
I didn't hear what you
can
said.
be.
I got lost in his comments.
Hold on, I got to look up fortune cookie sayings again. Hold on.
That's not fortune cookie, Mike. That's from the heart, and that's why I feel it.
I think he got.
You either love to do this or you don't. If you don't, you're gonna get found.
Oh, he loves to do this.
I just. Wow. Man, I spent a whole new page. Zen fortunes. And into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul.
Someone never said that.
Yeah.
He didn't say that.
My normal fortune cookie page, I didn't find this. This new thing popped up on my search. Hold on. I'll give you, it'll be Dukes and Bell. Remember, moment of Zen. Every good and perfect gift is from above. Buy that?
No, that's true.
Sitting in silence with you is all the noise I need.
Look, if he starts saying
you might say that to Tua.
If he starts saying things like that, then we can have this conversation. By the way, what were you saying before I heard that voice?
Last one.
And I lost my train of thought.
See, you go gaga over Tua, man.
Look, all I'm saying is that the genuine thought process there just
right.
And I lose it. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I had the man crush for Kirk, and now this year you and Tua.
There is no crush.
They don't owe
this
Tua
is called giving a man
anything.
a fair chance and understanding that this man is speaking from the heart.
Right.
The two people on this radio station that respect that is myself and Mike Johnson.
All right, from Jimmy on the text line, is Michael Penix going to be wearing those same knee braces as the offensive lineman? Oh, that would probably slow down his mobility. See, that's being a wise ass.
That
right
is.
there,
That
Jimmy.
really is.
My buddy Jimmy. Our last one. Be careful who you trust. Salt and sugar look the same.
You know what? That's true. Now, he didn't say that, but he's right about that. Very deceiving.
I didn't come this far to only come this far.
He might have said that. He might have said that.
That is my hope. That is my dream.
Yes, it is.
To do that for these guys.
Thank you.
Don't hold on to things that require a tight grip.
Can I ask you something? While you're now trying to dog out TUA.
I think he just went back and watched a bunch of Russell Wilson press conferences and just regurgitated Russell Wilson stuff.
Russell didn't have this in him. You never believed Russell. I believed him.
They both sound like they're full of crap.
Let me ask you something about since you're trying to go here. Why haven't I seen any pictures of Tua throwing the ball? But yet I see these still pictures of Michael Penix Jr. What were they trying to X him out?
I don't know.
Well, what's going on there?
I'm just saying, if I ran the team, I would bend over
Where are these
backwards to
photos?
get Michael Penix Jr. on the field as quickly as possible.
Where are the photos?
I don't know.
Huh?
I mean,
he's up there.
he's busy writing haikus.
He's up. He's up there. Anyways,
The art of life is not controlling what happens to us, but using what happens to us.
you asked me if there will be an agenda, and I just think I'm not going to tell you there is, but I do think there is this. And part of this is not about us. I'll be honest with you guys. You know what it is about? If you realize that he isn't the guy, you need to start putting plans in place so you can get that guy.
Right.
And honestly, the only way you know that is if you play him. And if he plays significant amount of snaps and amount of time this year. And so, again, I want the best guy. This gets back to the Tua thing. If you're new to the show, I was not necessarily for this move. Once I heard him speak from the heart, I'm giving him a chance.
Wait a minute, the same guy.
But
what did he say to the Miami press after he? How was it players only meeting? Well, some guys didn't make the players only meeting.
I love honesty, Mike.
Then he goes, "You got to find the soundbite. We have it."
There's beauty in all of it.
He then apologizes to his teammates for ratting them out.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, he called out players who weren't committed to the cause.
Right.
Obviously, the head coach had an issue. Oh, wait, he got fired. I just feel like I want the best guy to win the job, and then let's win. But, Mike, if it's not Michael Penix, I will say, Falcon fans, we still won't know. And that is the danger of going into another season. If we're halfway through this season and we still don't know, doesn't that concern you moving forward?
Hey, I found a Michael Penix fortune.
Oh, what's that?
Sorry, I lost it. I found it. Forget injuries. Never forget kindness.
Okay. You know what? You don't trust guys with 3 knee surgeries. I don't even know why you're bringing this up.
Sorry, I'll get off the fortune cookies. But no, by the way, another guy, this is give you an example of how things work here in Atlanta. Guy goes, "What about Jack Strand?" Okay, he's an undrafted free agent from a small college.
Whoa, Tiger.
Okay. And for those, that's Jack Strand, all 6'5",
Whoa.
240 pounds of him from Minnesota Moorhead. He's looking up at Trevor Siemian.
Yes, he is.
Forever. You didn't put your name on it. I can't give you
He's got a big arm, though.
He does.
He's got a big arm.
He does.
But he's not the first guy we've seen with big arms.
No. But it's going to be interesting to see how and when. If we're at that first camp and Penix comes out and he's running around and doing stuff, it's like, giddy up, because then competition is on.
Oh, yeah.
The worst case, I think, would be, and we played these scenarios out, is if he's not able to compete until like the 3rd week of preseason, now he's behind the 8 ball. And then Tua is going to be likely to start the season. Because I just don't know how we'll try to ask Stefanski at camp, and maybe we'll try to get some answers out of it. How would a competition work once the season begins? If then it's Tua's job. It's too late, isn't it? If by chance Penix Jr. wasn't 100%.
Yeah, no, look, I don't ever think it's too late. I think it's your job until you don't play well. And Kirk Cousins proved that, right?
Look, you can lose a job to injury. I mean, Alex Smith lost a job to Kaepernick and never got it back. And Harbaugh said, sorry, Kaepernick's a better option for us.
Tom Brady doesn't become Tom Brady unless there's an injury.
Right.
I mean, this happens.
Still got his lung hit.
It happens in the NFL. But Mike, I think you either keep the job or you play your way out of it, right? And we are in a desperate moment right now with the Falcons. And I say that because I'm not telling you Kevin Stefanski's saying that they're in a desperate moment. We're in a desperate moment because we're tired of losing. And you are going to be the guy until you're not the guy. And that's what I think all of this is. That goes for everybody. You know what Kevin Stefanski said today? Speaking of this is really interesting you brought this up. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game as we're talking about the Falcons, rookies on the field, and we're going to get a chance to talk to Zachariah Branch coming up here in the 4 o'clock hour. But Stefanski was talking about, do these guys really have a chance to win a job? And his answer was, yeah, everybody's got a chance to win a job. You know why? Because you're not that good.
Right.
You're not good enough
playoffs,
to be saying, like, there's two. Bijan's got a job. Drake's got a job. Okay? Jake Matthews, he's got a job. Mike, who's our guard, our all-pro guard?
Lindstrom, Chris Lindstrom.
He's got a job.
Bergeron's got a job. Offensive line's got Newsel may be challenged, but everyone else is locked in.
Who are we just handing jobs to?
Well, I mean, the linebacker core is wide open other than Divine Diablo. Yeah, man. Pierce Jr., we're going to wait and see. That's guys are hitting us up on the text line. We don't know. We kind of went through some scenarios yesterday about the piercing. No idea. But the Falcons got a lot of bodies in the meantime. They made it. Again, guys that have had opportunities, some guys who didn't reach their full potential, some injuries. Guys like Ojulari, have had some success, but not continued success. So we'll see. It's going to be wide open. But I think Ulbrich, give him credit. He squeezed the second most sacks in the NFL out of that line last year, and all the different combinations, whether it was blitzing, linebackers or the guys that got their hand in the dirt or off the edge.
Avion Terrell will be held out of rookie minicamp due to injury.
Okay.
Stefanski did say that today. We'll find out more, but Joe Patrick will have more for us coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. But so if you're wondering about Avion Terrell and how he's doing, he's not participating on the field. He's there, but he's not participating on the field for minicamp.
Carl, finally, I'll leave you with a bird sitting on a tree is never afraid of the branch breaking because its trust is not in the branch, but in his wings. Thank you.
T-U-A.
Through those struggles that you go through, you are made strong by him.
Hey, this is Randy McMichael from the Midday Shows. Are coming up on Monday. Where did the ping pong ball drop for the Hawks? Also, how did the Braves do against the Dodgers? And continue to talk about the NBA playoffs. And it all starts at 11 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Jaron Solomon here, and if you want to absolutely win Mother's Day, listen up. Now through May 10th, when you make a purchase at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, you can receive a free Big Green Egg grill with qualifying purchase. And this year, for all of you out there who have taken us up on this offer before, you also have the option of a brand new Traeger. You give mom something timeless, and you get the grill everybody wants. Visit Solomon Brothers Jewelers or book your appointment at SolomonBrothers.com.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Marks Bain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. With over 11,000 five-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Marks Bain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. If you're preparing to move, check out Marks Bain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to marksbain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's marksbain.com and start packing.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell, and when it comes to your home, the wrong decision could impact your family for years. Mike and I know, trust us, we're homeowners, and when it's time to replace your roof, that's a critical decision, so don't settle.
Yeah, dudes, think of Findlay first. The Roof guys have installed over 65,000 local roofs. It's Findlay Roofing. Carl, you only have one roof, one shot to get this right. That's why you got to talk to Findlay.
Practice is the golden rule, and only Findlay provides a lifetime labor and materials warranty at no additional cost. Schedule your roof analysis now at roofroof.com. Mike, at some point, you're going to have roof issues, and you need to know who to call.
Whether you're just buying that new house or maybe you got a house and all of a sudden, like there's hail damage. Oh, you got to have pros who can do it the right way. The guys who know what they're doing. 65,000 local roofs, Carl. That's like a lot of roofs if you average it out over a year. And these guys are money. They provide, as you said, a lifetime of labor and material warranties. And if you're a homeowner and you become your dad, that's important stuff to have.
Schedule your roof analysis now at roofroof.com. It's Findlay Roofing.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic, fresh tulips for just $12 and a Dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come out here and dominate these boys. This is our house.
We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCGC Atlanta, WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's 4 o'clock on the #1 sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rocking and rolling and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Talking some football with our man B-Mac, Bryant McFadden, who joins us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up in less than 15 minutes, we're going to talk with Zachariah Branch of our Atlanta Falcons as the rookies are on the field. And B-Mac, man, it's always good to talk with you. CBS football analyst, guys, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Mike and I were talking about rookie camp and rookie mini camp. Do you remember yours? And what was it like?
So, you know what? Actually, when I got drafted, we didn't have rookie mini. We just had one mini camp. Mm-hmm. So my first time on the grass was with the veterans. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it was just like a wild moment. You know, the year before the Steelers, they were 15-1 and lost the AFC Championship game to the Patriots. So that next year, man, there was a lot of expectations. So you know, we didn't have rookie mini camps. Well, the Steelers didn't during once I was drafted. But now, you know, the rookie mini camp is a great opportunity for the young guys just to be on the grass amongst themselves. You know what I mean? Because you don't have a full team, you get a chance to get all the necessary reps to kind of get your feet wet in this new environment that you're about to partake in for the entire season. So I love seeing rookie mini camps take off because, you know, like I said, you don't have the wild moments of some of the vets around taking up some of the reps. You get a chance to soak up everything that you need to be able to be at your best and be most comfortable once the vets surface on the grass.
I know that we've got some dudes, and we talked a lot about the corners. One guy we didn't really talk about, Avion Terrell, because we always thought he'd be gone, Bryant, before we selected at 48. So he was projected to be on the cusp of the first round. He's not as tall as his brother, but you know, what do you think? And how cool would that be, two brothers potentially starting opposite each other?
You know what, Mike, Carl, when I spoke with Avion during the combine, I had a one-on-one with him. Great kid, by the way. I said that. I said, well, the likelihood of you brother is probably not likely because Atlanta didn't have a first round pick, right? And he was like, yeah, no question. He said, only way, man, you know, they might have to trade back in the first. And at that time, we all felt like that was a real like situation potentially. But you saw the chips fell, and oddly enough, he was available in the second round. Being able to play for his hometown team is a plus, but playing with your older brother is something that any sibling would love to have be part of their career. You know what I mean? Because think about just the guidance he gets from AJ. You know what I mean? Getting comfortable with the facility out there in Flowery Branch, understanding and knowing what to expect. Now, granted, this is a new coaching staff, so the regimen that AJ had a year ago probably won't be the exact same, but just having a brother to take you through the nuances, man, is a plus. And I love him as a player. They can say whatever they want to say about the 40 time that he ran during his pro day.
Right.
He plays next man fast, meaning he's fast enough to cover whoever is next to him. That's all that means. And the thing also, too, is when you look at Avion plays, he plays fast enough to be able to cover those guys. And I love that about corners that plays under control. Like when you watch Darrelle Revis play throughout his Hall of Fame career, people forget that Darrelle Revis ran 4.3. But Darrelle Revis never really ran 4.3 when he covered because he was always under control, right? And that skill set, that attribute is a very, very important thing to have when you talk about being a consistent cover corner, and that's who Avion is. And you know what, too? With him falling in the second round, you're getting a guy that's going to be highly motivated. He's going to be highly motivated because we all felt like he should have been a first-round player. He didn't. Went to Atlanta. Atlanta got a heck of a player in the second round, their first pick.
Yeah, and he can get to the bag sooner if he balls out because that first round, not having that fifth-year option, believe it or not, may play to his benefit, to your point, if he plays really well. Bryant McFadden joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. So is he going to sign or not, man? I mean, what's the deal? Everybody's making a big deal. He's in Pittsburgh. Is he getting the limo service? What are they doing up there?
Well, it sounds like, guys, we have some traction. Finally, right? We're getting word that he will be in Pittsburgh this weekend for not to attend rookie minicamp, but because rookie minicamp is there, it sounds like he will be there. I would assume they're going to iron out the contractual agreement for him to be able to sign that contract for this upcoming season. It feels like we've been talking about this every weekend, right? Thought we would get some news sooner than later, but it sounds like this is the weekend, guys. So next week when we talk, if he hasn't signed then, I have no answers for you.
Okay. All right.
Hey, man, it's our man Bryant McFadden, guys, two-time Super Bowl winner with the Steelers and a proud Seminole. And MacArthur High School, too, Carl. Give them a shout-out down in South Florida. He joins us here on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. I had an Uber driver, Bryant, who said he played, I guess he was behind you in high school, but he remembered you and said he was really good. Yeah, he made it to the NFL. B, what about the rest of that division, the Ravens? Because we talked about windows for teams. And Lord knows, the Ravens, last year, that game against the Steelers, which cost them being in the playoffs. Do you see the Ravens bouncing back with a new coach, new energy with Harbaugh going up to the Giants?
Yeah, they should, right? Right, Mike? Right, Carl? They should. And the reason why I say that, first and foremost, you have a superstar player at the quarterback position in Lamar Jackson, who had an injury-plagued season a year ago. We know when he's healthy, we know what type of elite player he is. So when you have that answered, that checkbox answered and checked off, everything else kind of follows suit. And even though they had a disappointing season a year ago, they still a talented team. They still got guys. Derrick Henry, even though he would be a year older, you still respect him as a runner. You look at Zay Flowers, once again, you look at Mark Andrews, you look at what they did throughout the draft and via free agency, getting Trey Hendrickson. I mean, this is a group they should compete with the greats of the greats in the AFC. They just got to find a way to get out of their own way. And to your point, for them to lose how they lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers that ended their season, that should never happen, especially when you have the dudes they have. So, yeah, you have to believe with Lamar Jackson coming back and being healthy, they should have a fighter's chance to be able to be extremely competitive, not just in the AFC North, but the entire AFC.
You giving Tua a shot, man? I mean, seriously. Like real talk.
Am I giving? I don't know if I'm giving him the type of shot you giving him.
What you talking about? What you talking about? I'm giving him support. I support people on this team, B.
I heard you bought every Tua jersey that has been furbished.
Come on, bro.
Right?
Really?
No question.
I mean, look.
Yes, alternatives and everything.
Let me ask you though. Seriously now, are you giving him a shot to be the guy, or you're saying no? This is Michael Penix's team from the jump.
No, I'm giving him a shot. The reason why I'm giving him a shot because Kevin Stefanski is new. He's not personally invested into either guy. he did not draft Michael Penix, and clearly he didn't draft Tua Tagovailoa. But Kevin Stefanski played a part in luring Tua to Atlanta, right? So we would say it's an even playing field, but is it really? Because we don't know the health status of Michael Penix once everything kicks off for Atlanta in terms of OTAs and minicamps. So what happened, hypothetically speaking, if Michael Penix isn't cleared? Guess who gets out of the blocks first? Tua Tagovailoa, right? Tua's an experienced player. Right. He's been in the league for quite some time, so he knows how to manage off-season regimens. He knows how to go through the flow of off-season practices and to look good enough, right, just to get into camp. And if he's doing that and Michael, because of his knee, isn't clear to be able to do those things, guess who rolls into training camp feeling more comfortable and more acclimated with his entire new offense? Tua Tagovailoa. So that's why I give him a shot.
Talking with our man Brian McFadden here on the Sweet James Accident Attorney Hotline. I don't know, man. I think the franchise would, like, again, moving forward, love to see Penix be first. I'll be ready to go. To your point, I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, if you can't,
yes.
I asked Carl. I'll ask you. Can a competition for quarterback really occur? You know, once the season starts. I mean, whoever wins the job, it's his job until he plays out of it, right?
Exactly, Mike. Whoever wins the job week one, there's no competition at all, because you guys know how it is. You guys are out there at Flowery Branch during the season. You know, you're getting game reps. You're getting prep for a game planning. There's no legit competition. All the competition happens now in May, in June, once training camp starts. But when that roster is solidified, week one, now we're getting ready for whoever the week one opponent is. Week two, we're getting ready for the week two opponent. So now there's no competition. The only thing that could create competition is bad play, right? And oftentimes what we see throughout the course of the regular season, when there is a quarterback change, they don't come and tell you week four, well, there's going to be a quarterback competition this week.
Right.
We're going to see who looks the best in practice. No, they just tell you, hey, we've made a move at the quarterback position. It just happens. So to answer your question, Mike, there's no competition during the season. You know, whoever wins that job out of training camp will be that week one, week two guy, unless the wheels fall off or there's a significant injury where there's a drastic change.
Right on.
Hey, all right, B-Mac, we'll talk to you next week, man. All right, good to have you on, as always.
That sounds like Tua time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what, man?
Carl, stop buying all the Tua jerseys, man. I'm pretty sure somebody else want a Tua jersey.
Hey, man, by the way, enjoy Mother's Day. I know you're going to treat the wife right, and thanks again, brother. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Enjoy your weekend.
All right,
there's our man. B-Mac.
All right, coming up, Zachariah Branch. Stay there. We're going to talk to him about the draft and all the things, even Georgia. And Mike will get a chance to confess his love for him.
All right, now, this you heard Carl's Man Crush. Get ready, Falcon fans. Here comes some Zacapalooza.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Got a couple things clearing. That's going to be on I-20 eastbound past Riverside Parkway, exit 46. So we had a left lane down there and delays back to Lithia Springs. And still have the delays there, but the actual stall has been cleared out of the way. And another crash cleared on I-285 eastbound outer loop before the Flat Shoals, exit 48. That was taking out a right lane. Now that's cleared off to the shoulder. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. And if Aaron Rodgers is showing up in Pittsburgh later today, it was news to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Reports were that Rodgers was making his way to sign with the team over the weekend. There comes a time when a historic and model franchise like the Steelers has to stop putting up with this, and it's obvious that it won't be this season. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Yo, it's Jey Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Tomorrow, Atlanta United hosts LA Galaxy.
Game time 7:30.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Cosm, opening in Atlanta this summer.
Cosm is coming to Atlanta, redefining what's possible with the world's greatest fan experience. All the biggest moments in sports, all the biggest immersive entertainment. When you can't be there, be at Cosm. Tickets on sale now.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrance must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
Mom, Dad, the power just went out.
Don't worry, sweetie. The generator's kicking on right now.
Wow, I am so glad we invested in that reliable whole home backup generator.
Yeah, and it didn't cost an arm and a leg. Plus, all the annual tune-ups are included, and any future repairs, no extra charge ever.
Exactly. What a relief.
Weather any storm with a reliable whole home backup generator for just $159.99 a month. Get your free consultation at reliableair.com.
Reliable air is always just right.
Hey, Rusty Mansell here. Embrace the haze with a hazy little theme from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for that ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with hazy little theme. Hazy, citrusy, and smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Spring cleaning is in full swing. And listen, if you're hosting those graduation parties or family get-togethers, Zero Res can help you get your home ready. Get carpets clean right now for just $35 a room, and stairs are also $35, y'all. That's 50% off the standard price. Plus, take $50 off air duct cleaning. No soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. They're awesome. Just a deeper clean that lasts longer. They get real busy, y'all, so call them now or book today online, ZeroResAtlanta.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Appreciate Bronze McFadden stopping by, talking all things NFL with us. Coming up, guys, we got more on the way, including Braves-Dodgers conversation with our buddy Grant McCauley. And Joe Patrick's going to stop by as well, our insider for the Falcons, who was up there today and can give us more details on everything that's happening. He's going to stop by at 5 o'clock, and we are awaiting Zachariah Branch. But while we do, Mike, let's hear a couple of things from Kevin Stefanski today talking about the rookies, because that's what it's all about right now. Guys, when we get to mandatory minicamp, everybody else will be there. And that's when we can start talking about other guys. And right now the focus is on the rookies. Let's hear from Coach.
In this day and age, we're counting on rookies to play in this league oftentimes, so there's no concern about putting a guy out there when they're ready. I think so much of this game is earning a role. If a rookie earns a role and week 1 he's ready to go, he'll be out there. I don't think you have the luxury of redshirting players, so to speak. So we'll take it on a case-by-case basis, but I've had a lot of experience with young players that when they're ready, they play.
That's Kevin Stefanski, and look, he's right. You got to carve out a role. I talk about this all the time in the NBA when you say, well, he can do this, that, and the other. What does he do, and how does he help the team? The same applies here. It doesn't mean that if you're not a star, Mike, in the first 3 years of your NFL career, that doesn't happen. So many guys have started out in a specific role, found a way onto a team, and then grown into the player that you thought they could be. But for a guy like Zachariah Branch, who are waiting on a call here, I expect him to come in and immediately have an impact. You don't draft him where they did, and more importantly, with his skill set, and don't think that he's not going to have a potential immediate impact.
Right. We talked about, not having the first-round pick, but expecting, remember the old joke from 2016, I need 3 starters, you numbskulls.
Yes.
And they came in the second round with Debo. They came in the third round with Austin Hooper. That year was fourth round was Devondre Campbell. But a second-round pick, Avion Terrell with a hamstring, that's where they kept him out, at least for now, with minicamp. So that's the reason he's out. But, Zachariah Branch, immediate impact. The question will be the linebackers, and again, the defensive tackle, and he was also held out of a minicamp so far, so stay tuned on that. But it will be interesting to see just, where these guys fit in. And Ontario Thompson is a dude that will presumably be in that rotation amongst the defensive tackles because it's not a very deep rotation.
No, he could be a sneaky pick, man. I said this when the draft happened. I'm curious to see what he, what he looks like on the field, but he fits what we're trying to do when you talk about get upfield, make plays, and be disruptive. So I'm that rotation with the DTs, Mike, up front, and that interior defensive line is as interesting to me as the linebacker room right now.
Right. Well, and you will make the job easier for those dudes behind you. You and I were talking during the commercial break about Zachariah Branch. Mark Ramondi had it that when Zach was speaking with the media, very cool. We'll ask him about it, but he made it a point to shake hands with everybody in the media scrum, which I love. That's great. I think that's awesome. But he also went on to say, was asked about his teammate from Georgia, Cash Jones, who apparently Falcons are going to look at wide receiver.
Yeah, we were mentioning this. Look, I think you're trying out things. He has the ability to play, and a guy, we talked to Connor Raleigh about this. You walk in at Georgia, Mike, and you make the team, you got a shot. So there's no reason to not to believe that he could do the same thing, being an undrafted free agent and go to the Falcons and find a way onto the team. But what does that look like? And again, we don't need running backs. So
we need depth at wide receiver.
So that's the deal.
And we have not had the plucky little white receiver in a minute now. We had the kid that went to Tampa Bay, remember?
Who's that?
I got to go back and look it up. I'll have to look up plucky white receiver for 500, Alex.
Who
was it dating back in the day?
But he could catch the ball out of the backfield.
Right.
We'll see what he looks like. But look, I think he can play that position, and I don't think that's probably a bad idea.
But as you said earlier, special teams will be the key for a lot of these guys.
Here's Stefanski talking about not overloading the rookies.
What we don't want to do is give them so much where they can't go play fast. And the goal here is to give them a digestible amount of scheme so that they don't have to think too much. Again, this is all new. They're figuring out where the weight room is. They're figuring out how to get out to the field. So I'm empathetic of that and understand that these are young players that want to put their best foot forward. It's not going to be perfect, but what we're not going to do from a coach's perspective is inundate them with all this information, and then we don't get a true sense of their talent, who the player is.
Okay.
So basically, not like what they used to say, like a sprinkler or a fire hose, right? Like,
yes.
Now you appreciate all that. Scotty Miller, by the way, I found it.
Good call.
Scotty Miller was one season with us, 11 receptions, but 2 touchdowns, which meant that basically 25% of the time he was on time.
I forgot about Scotty Miller. Yeah, you're right. But the relation there, we're talking about Cash Jones potentially trying to, training as a wide receiver.
And for those that are new to the show, it's one of our fun things we started years ago about the plucky wide receiver.
It is Dukes and Bell, guys. We'll talk to Zachariah Branch coming up. As we mentioned, more on the Falcons, and we're just kind of talking about things that are coming out of minicamp here today with Kevin Stefanski speaking about all this stuff. Let me hear Stefanski real quick. Day also talking about Avion Terrell. Again, Mike mentioned, and we said this, he's out. He will not participate.
Hammy.
But he was asked about whether he can play inside or outside. Everybody and I said the same thing when he was drafted. The night he was drafted, I said, where are you playing him? They've got a plan, but Kevin Stefanski's not too worried about it. He feels like he'll be able to help them in many ways.
I think he certainly has inside-outside flex. I think he's, that word versatility comes to mind with somebody that can line up all over, including the backfield, including in motion, those type of things. So I don't think there's a limit to where he can line up on the field.
I don't either. And that's the beauty of adding a guy like Avion Terrell.
Right. Start as a nickel, eventually become the guy opposite his bro at the other corner.
Well, or maybe he's that guy when we start. Like his deal, the word he used is flex. And that is, if we need him here, he can play here. If I need him over there, he can play over there. And that's the benefit of drafting a guy like this. So he is not a one-trick pony. And I like that about Avion Terrell. Some guys you draft, and specifically Mike, they've done this, and that's all they can do. And you're like, okay, we'll get him in and we'll train him up. That takes so much time.
And it does kind of fit into sort of the multiplicity thing with Dan Quinn. And I keep, guys, like you keep referencing Dan Quinn, but there are some similarities, right?
Yes.
In the way the approach is. But again, with Mike Hughes, who's we tried to write this guy out for years. He's been solid. New as Terrell. Billy Bowman, everybody loves. Xavier Watts and Bates, and Bowman just coming off, the injury, unfortunately. But Xavier Watts, you've got potential. If Avion hits, then it's really one of the best secondaries in the league. And you and I talked about it earlier in the week. Just the question is, what do we do with Jesse Bates' contract? Because I'd hate to lose him after this season. Regardless of win, lose, or draw, I don't want to lose that guy off the roster.
No, me neither. And I don't think at this point, again, as you're trying to build, you're trying to have the best potential secondary as far as safety tandem you can in the league. We have that. And you mentioned he's not 30. He's going to be, but if you're telling me that Jesse can play, into his mid-30s, Mike, at this level, then I still think you're getting a bargain. And by the way, I don't think he'll command the kind of money he did in his prime, being the top safety in the league.
Right.
Even though he's been an All-Pro, he's still going to get a significant amount. But he won't reset the market with us.
Like, unless he's chasing a ring, because he came here to, he thought he was coming here getting the playoffs, leaving Cincinnati. And unfortunately, as we said, this team has just been stuck at 8, like perpetually 8 and 9, it seems, doesn't it?
It feels that way, man. Hey, we're going to talk to Zachariah. Stay tuned for that. Also, we'll head to Flowery coming up. We will get back into our conversation about the Hawks. It's a big weekend, guys, as well for the Atlanta Hawks. Draft Lottery Sunday, 3 o'clock. We find out where we're going to pick. And I know you keep talking about top 7. When we had Steve Holtman the day after we lost that game, Game 6, he was convinced that we're going to be a top 3 pick. I hope he's right. The odds are there.
I am clairvoyant.
The odds are there, but to Mike's point, like if you put this in the numbers and you roll it around a couple of different times, we still end up being 5, 6, or 7, and more than likely that's where we're going to be. But there's a chance we could absolutely have a top 3 pick.
Yeah, man. Top 4 pick odds to Carl's point, according to ESPN Nerds, is 29.3. And the number 1 pick odds are 6.8%. And Ansi Saleh will be there, even though it is the Pelicans pick, it's which transfers to us.
Okay.
So in the past, you and I have joked around about how many years you'd see, like it was like a rogues gallery of bad franchises. Like poor Wes Unseld was there like every year with the Bullets,
Cleveland.
right?
Right?
Right. You know what I'm talking about, Day? They always, and it looks like they go to the cast of general managers, and it almost looks like people are online at the Department of Motor Vehicles, like or a hostage video. You know, it's like, and once again, Elgin Baylor with the L.A. Clippers. You know, it's just
the same cast.
And from the Washington Bullets, it's Wes Unseld. You know,
I'm thinking of the son for it was the Cavs' son, right?
Yes, who was the lucky charm that year.
Yeah,
right.
So let's see what we can do, man. Hopefully, Anseh brings some good luck. But that's going to be fun, and we'll get more into that because I said if we happen to get the number one pick, and there's a chance, who are you going with? Who are you picking? If you're telling me we're 5, 6, 7, Mike, well, some guys will already be off the board. Maybe it actually makes it maybe a little easier for the decision. But when you're 1, now everybody's available, and you get that first pick.
Right. I mean, and we're still trying to wrap our heads around, Reece Shea and that just weird draft and how we're still trying to get big production out of him. I went random, just punched up the 98 draft. The Denver Nuggets had the 35.9% chance for the top pick. They had the 35.9%. They were going to be number 1. They come up 3rd. Woo. So that's what we're shooting for.
Yes,
something like some sort of statistical anomalies. That's the year the Clippers went number 1 and played craps with him, Michael Olowokandi, the Candyman.
Yeah. Well, look, the big one, Mike, is the year that the Celtics should have gotten the first pick in
Rick
97.
Pitino was banking on it.
And they didn't. And the Spurs got it, and that turned into Tim Duncan, and the rest is history. That's the one that's why Pitino didn't stay in the NBA.
That the documentary on him, which I gotta tell you, it's pretty funny because he's eating some crow. It's like I came up to Boston. We're gonna get Tim Duncan, and the odds mathematically we're gonna get Tim Duncan.
That's right.
And then the crazy thing is he got guys, like Chauncey Billups, and he's trading guys mid-season. He was like he was out of his mind when he was running the Celtics and alienating everybody. It's a good watch. That was like 18 parts of the Bill Simmons Boston Celtics doc on HBO.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. But that's the one that jumps out to me because that changed the franchise. Like the Spurs end up going and they win 5 championships.
Right, Tim Duncan. It's like they were snake bit until you got to go all the way to 2008.
Yeah.
You're right.
Hey, man, Atlanta's authority on baseball is 92.9 The Game. Grant McCauley, guys, on Sunday, all season long, join him From the Dime and a comprehensive look at the Braves and Major League Baseball. It's brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home at markspain.com and by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today. That's From the Diamond with Grant McCauley, Sundays on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Game traffic powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We had a crash on I-985 southbound before the I-85 merge, blocking the left lane, slowing the ride from Highway 20. So things are pretty heavy in that area. And then we've got a stall on I-20 eastbound past Riverside Parkway, exit 46. That's blocking the left lane, delays back to Lithia Springs. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get them for half off. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing.
4.
But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Just call Sweet James. Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. Just call Sweet James, your accident attorney.
Hurt in a crash? Call the attorneys at Sweet James, 800-9-million, and sweetjames.com.
What's the best kind of money? How about instant money? With Quick Wins Instant 50 promotion, you could win $50 instantly just for playing. And you can win the Progressive Jackpot instantly anytime you play. Now through May 10th, there will be 2,000 instant winners a week. Look for the prize alert on your ticket and listen for this sound.
You're a winner!
That means you won $50 on the spot. It all ends May 10th. So hurry and play Quick Win from the Georgia Lottery. At retail only. Play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Step inside Twin Peaks and you're instantly in the lodge. Wormwood, Stone Accents, and the Mountain Retreat vibe that hits the second you walk in. Massive TVs line every wall, turning every seat into a front row view of the action. That I'm staying a while smell of wings and burgers fill the air. And 29-degree draft beer chills in frosted mugs like it's straight from the summit. The bar stays live, the energy stays high, and the Twin Peaks girls keep the whole place feeling fun and welcoming. For the ultimate sports lodge experience, it's always Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Tonight, partly cloudy and a low of 59.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Come on, boys! Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go!
Presented by Finley Roofing.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Well, LeBron James is having a tough day at the office.
Don't you talk bad about the king.
By the way, if you just tuned in, we are awaiting Zachariah Branch from up at Flowery Branch, talking to our newest Falcon, so stay tuned for that. He's on his way. Alex Caruso apparently irked LeBron, got a foul for running in a straight line as the Thunder's guard's foot was not planted. Bron was upset with picking up with the foul. Meanwhile, the one thing Luka can do is wave his arms like, he's one of those like things you see blown up at a car dealership.
He was floaty?
Yeah, he was ready, like, waving arm guy. He was reacting to the foul. Redick had a smirk, and LeBron's at the line like, blah, 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 to Caruso. Phil Florida, Phil, you don't get to say that, blah, blah, blah. And so we couldn't edit it. It's just too much cussing, and without the cussing, it kind of loses its point. Then LeBron goes at it with a Thunder fan, And again, we've seen him get at it with Stephen A. once at what Staples is called now.
Keep my son's name out of your mouth.
Not sure what transpired in this interplay between Thunder fan and LeBron. All we saw from somebody's camera phone is, "Stay a kid. I'm a grown man. I got kids of my own."
Ooh.
Yeah, the exchange highlighted, basically high stakes kind of playoff vibe.
Stay a kid. Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know what the guy was. I don't know what that meant. But LeBron, that was LeBron's
might as well have
comeback.
said, "Respect your elders."
I don't know. So I'm not quite sure. But yeah, it was weird. In the third quarter, A.J. Mitchell's at the free throw line. That's when Bron confronted Caruso. "Every blanket call. No AC, blank that. No AC, I don't want to hear that blank." Talking to Caruso, his former teammate, was on the Lakers back in the day before going to Oklahoma
Well,
City.
look, the last night, for those who missed it, the problem was it wasn't. They didn't get calls. That's true.
Right.
But they also turned it over 20 times.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay?
the first game, it was in their grasp, and they needed a guy like Luka. They needed more scoring. This one got away from them quickly.
OKC shot 26 free throws. Lakers shot 21. Mike, that's not bad. No. The problem is LeBron has only been to the line 5 times in 2 games. So that is why you heard JJ Redick.
That's not really on brand for LeBron, is it, Carl?
No, I mean, and so JJ Redick after the game was like, "LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen." So let's see what happens in Game 3.
Well, I thought maybe a gentleman's sweep. It's hard to see the Lakers making this happen. Then to make it worse, Austin Reeves starts arguing with the ref, and then the entire Lakers bench clears. The game's over, and they're working the refs.
They are.
And Austin Reeves is going nuts. LeBron's in the background going, "Yeah. Yeah."
He's just shaking his head.
And meanwhile, they flash, and somebody caught this. Oklahoma City, they're basically halfway to the tunnel, and they turn around, they're laughing.
Because
SGA is laughing.
Well, I would too. Look, it was 125-107. It wasn't close.
Right.
Our guest earlier, Brett Siegel, said OKC's not sweat one time in these playoffs. That's just how good they are. And look, it's been a long time, I think, since we've seen a team this young, this good, right? You got to go back to, again, that early run with Golden State where it felt like they were invincible, and everybody's like, "Oh, man, they're about to win 8 championships." That's what it feels like with OKC, Mike. They've not been challenged at all.
Right. The other thing, while we're talking some hoops, we may get that first pick. If we're ever lucky, a top 4 pick.
Please.
And if the guys with the number 1 pick pass on Darren Peterson, he's going to be there. We talked about this earlier in the show about, for those who don't remember, this is the big stud getting paid to play at Kansas, like most guys these days. And he would tap out a lot. And he would come out in the second half. He'd come out in the middle of games. It really no rhyme or reason. Bill Self was really at a loss to explain it. Now, an article from ESPN, which has now been picked up by other websites, Darren Peterson claims he had high-dose creatine, which caused cramping all the way back to like their preseason conditioning. It got so bad that he was cramping, they couldn't even give him an IV, and they had to take him to the hospital in an ambulance. Now, whether this is simply his agent trying to spin, no, he's not a quitter, he's not disinterested, he loves basketball. He was dealing with health issues.
Okay.
So it could be plausible. He tells ESPN, "I thought I was going to die on the training table that day." That's a bold statement right there. Long projected to be the 1, 2, or 3 pick. It's just a matter of how the NBA people evaluate. You said it. They're going to look at the medicals. So he says, "I made it to the training room and just begging them to call 911. They were trying to get a vein to get me an IV, get me back hydrated, but I was cramping so hard they couldn't even find a vein." They said he was taking too much creatine. Now, for those who remember, that was big 25 years ago. We'd all jump on that to add some muscle mass. But for some people, again, he's tall and skinny like everybody else in college. So perhaps he was trying to do his own John Collins thing, bulk up a little bit. It backfired.
Yeah, look, if this is true, because to your point, is this a ploy to shift the storyline, Mike, and maybe not make him out to be as a guy that's maybe not as committed? But if it's true, then this does explain some things.
But so again, I did creatine too, like the powder. It was everybody was doing it back in the day.
Yeah, protein powders and all that stuff.
Peterson said that he tried to manage the issue. So basically, for some reason, it spiked with him. IVs, electrolyte supplements, diet issues. He played through, he said, discomfort at times. He missed 11 games, exited early. Whenever I felt anything like that come on, my initial thought was it might get to that again. So basically, he's afraid he's going to drop dead. I can't let that happen and be embarrassed and have that on TV and all that. Kind of put me in a tizzy because I didn't know what was causing it. So I guess they figured it out. Late in the season, he was able to log more minutes. Said the issue began to subside after he stopped taking creatine. So there you go. And they tell you it's not for everyone. So two ways of looking at this. Everything's at face value. It's a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
Or the agent is spinning this and ESPN helped him out.
One or the other. Here's the undeniable thing. Kid's talented.
Hell yeah.
And
does this change your opinion in any way?
Well, look, I said to you as we started the show today, what if we get the number one pick? I have a hard time. If that happens, I have a hard time passing on him. If we get the third pick and the first two teams were to pass on him.
We got to do it.
Right? Then, well, wait a minute. Why are they passing on him? I would have to think about this. So if he is the consensus number one guy, and that's why I said number one, you go, oh, damn, you're making me make this decision.
A 6'6" point guard that can fill it up?
I hear you.
Woo.
I understand.
I mean, look, so whether you think this is simply, I got to break it down on 3 levels, okay? It's actually exactly what he said, or, again, it's a bunch of BS, or maybe somewhere in between. He did have some health concerns, and then some NBA guys feel he's soft.
Yeah.
Because I said to Carl earlier, I mean, halfway through a game, it's like against Iowa State, yo, Bill, need a blow. Bill Self's like, excuse me? Because remember, and the thing is, in the article from ESPN, they say if this was a legitimate medical concern.
Son, how many times have I told you it's coach?
Yo, Bill, I'm going to need 5, man. I'm dehydrated as hell. Hey, man, where's the great Powerade, Joe?
Easy, Tiger.
I said 1 million times. Great Powerade, or I'm sitting, Joe. Anyway, I don't know. But it is interesting because Bill Self never addressed the medical side of it. And in the ESPN article, they explained because of the concerned medical privacy issues with Kansas, he wasn't going to divulge that.
It's fair.
So just something to think about.
It is. Look, sometimes you go, man, he can't miss. This isn't Wemby.
No, there's a little bit of funkiness there. We'll get Dabanza seems like the slam dunk, pardon the pun. I know that our producer, Day, he loves Boozer. But it would be interesting. We get down if it's all chalk and we're picking where we're supposed to. I'd go with the kid from Louisville.
Okay,
there's some options for us.
No, the later you move, or the if you're 7, 8, 9, or what.
Right.
I actually think it becomes easier. I think it's harder at the top if you've got to make that decision.
Right. And Kingston Fleming, we talked about also the point guard from Houston. Mikael Brown, there's the name, Mikael Brown from Louisville. One more college basketball note. Ross Dellinger had this earlier today. Apparently, a lot of things happening. We're expanding the tournament for more money.
Yes, we are.
And the NCAA is now thinking about taking 2 halves into 4 quarters, like the NBA.
You like that?
4 10-minute periods. You got a problem. Why not do it like the NBA?
But yeah, no, either way, I'm just so used to 2 halves.
Right.
But again, if they think this is beneficial,
it'd be better for Darren Peterson. You get more timeouts.
I think they're like literally the only ones doing
the halves.
2 halves.
Yeah,
because
right.
the women moved to quarters a while ago. High school, your quarters.
That's right. What is it? 8 minutes?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Hey, man, our boy B. Rizzle, Bryson's a big listener of ours, friend of ours. He says, I can attest to Peterson, man. He says, I cramped up bad when he took creatine. So I'm telling you, you can sweat, and that, he says, kind of changes my outlook on him now if the story's legit.
Look, if like I said, if it is, then you can reassess. But every team that has a shot to draft him, Mike, is going to do the medicals and make sure they know for sure.
Right. All right, buddy boy. I've been saving this story for today. Because here it is. Coming up tonight. Are you ready for Traffic-geddon?
Why?
I-285 closure on the west side.
For?
You hadn't heard about this?
For?
The entire, both north and southbound lanes of 285 between Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Cascade Road beginning at 7 p.m. tonight.
Oh, goodness.
It's going to create an unbelievable traffic jam. The detours and where they got you. 20 is going to be a parking lot. It'll have residual effects going up this way. It's going to be a disaster. Now, some would say, why would the DOT do this on Mother's Day?
Mike, why would the DOT do this on Mother's Day?
Your tax dollars at work. Bureaucrats. Office holders. Doofuses. Why would you do it? Now, again, the week after, I got Braves tickets Sunday. That's a tremendous inconvenience.
It is.
And we have Steve's birthday party.
It is. It's
a retirement party, our friend of ours.
It's a lot.
Yeah. No, but anyway, drivers across Metro Atlanta from Fox 5. Get ready, man. It's I-285. This is, I guess, the logic behind this, as opposed to jamming up and to continue to jam people for a longer period of time, just basically rip the Band-Aid off and knock it out in like a 72-hour period.
Okay, so it's only for the weekend.
Correct. Okay. Part of a 3-year, $370 million project, rebuilding a 17-mile stretch of the interstate. Like, there's potholes that will swallow your car.
No, that's true.
Because I come from the south side, so when you and I do the show at Twin Peaks, that's my road. Crews are going to replace concrete slabs, new shoulders, install median barriers, the whole shebang.
We need it.
Shutdown is expected to create widespread traffic problems as drivers search for alternate routes. Southbound traffic, you'll be diverted onto I-20, while northbound drivers will be forced off the interstate at Langford Parkway. So you can try to sneak up the back way or work your way through the Midtown. It's going to be a disaster this weekend.
Yeah.
And we got the Savannah Bananas playing this weekend at Truist starting tonight.
The advantages of living in the hood back in the day.
Right on. What do you mean?
Oh, them back roads that we know.
Oh, I know some back roads. I think one time.
We will get around that thing.
I've sometimes there's traffic anyway on 285. And one time I was going to a Braves game with Becky, and I was in a neighborhood I've never been in before. I had the top down in the sled, and all of a sudden I see this guy's mowing his lawn. He goes, "Yo, Mike Bell." I'm like, "Hi there." So I had no idea where I was. No, I'm just following ways, man. Just like over speed bumps, little 2-lane roads, the whole shebang.
Well, here's the deal though. With this kind of construction, everybody's ways is going to take you the same way. Like that's the problem. So yeah, man. Look, Mike's right. Heads up. Right, make plans, plan accordingly, and if you've got to be somewhere, make sure you leave in plenty enough time.
Right. 3-year project without full closures, it could take up to 6. That's the Georgia DOT website I just saw. So in other words, as I said, rip the Band-Aid off,
do it,
go through like traffic hell. Meanwhile, some guy is not going to know this driving down from Tennessee. What's this say, Barbara? Wait a minute, we're not going to get to Orange Beach until 2:00 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
That's actually my side of town.
Well, I'll say this too, that it feels like when you've been stuck on 285 there in that area, it's all 18-wheelers, right? It's all that traffic coming through the ATL. And
because Fulton Industrial is
right
there where all the 18-wheelers get on, right there at 20 and 285.
Right on. All right, man, other stories for you. Back to football and sports and stuff. Somebody made a really good decision at the University of Michigan. Now, this doesn't necessarily translate directly to your NIL or money for the portal, but the program, as if Michigan needs more money, they're pretty good, well heeled up there. They turned a $20 million open AI investment into what's expected to be a $2 billion payday when the company's IPO, initial public offer, drops later this year. So even more money. The rich literally get richer at Michigan.
So is that money going towards the program?
It goes towards the endowment. So,
Okay,
I mean, it's
gotcha.
not, and again, it's like, Florida State. Well, can't you know the endowment money is for it's actually for the school and the education, all that for the football. But it is interesting. Somebody said, of course, immediately on the social media, all the Ohio State fans, that doesn't mean you're still not going to go 9-3. And your quarterback won't throw for 100 yards. So they're getting it in on that one. Hey man, by the way, if you are tuning in, we're hopefully going to get Zachariah Branch before we get out of here. He was doing the media rounds today. We did get to see some cool stuff with him spending some time shaking hands with everybody, which I thought was kind of neat. One last nugget while I'm stalling for our man if he does come in. Bogey, remember Bogdan Bogdanovic?
Yes.
Well, a lot of things with the NBA right now that looks like it needs some help. Like we could have used a couple of a few more technicals against the Knicks. He's saying that the NBA should maybe adopt what soccer goes with, and then you go with yellow cards and red cards.
Before you get thrown out?
Yeah. In other words, if you get a red card, it could be an immediate ejection for a player. It could be anything from faking, flopping, which they now do in soccer.
I like this.
Mike Conti and Jason Longshore have talked about that. Also, for some of the fouls, and just go right to the red card. You're out. Everything's reviewable, of course. It'll take 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I kind of like that idea. I don't know if American fans would dig it because it's so soccer related, but it's not a bad idea. Bogey, that's not seriously because of the discrepancies we see time in and time out with these calls. I'd rather give. That's what Austin Reeves was arguing about last night, Mike. He was saying that a ref yelled in his face about what he was saying, and he said, "If I did that to you, you would have given me a tech." And he was talking about fairness, blah, 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 but not a bad idea.
Hey, from Rick, who's following us on Twitter. Hey,
what up, Rick?
You explain what's going on with 285. Can anyone explain why all the trees are getting chopped down on 85? I asked that question myself about a month ago.
Are they expanding it?
No, they're just chopping trees down. Huh. If you're on 85, all the exits from where I live, I'm just north of Noonan. Everybody, I guess so trees limbs don't fall on the highway. But it's a shame because you come into Atlanta Airport and you drive up to the city and it's all green, and they basically we're talking acres and acres of trees lining 85 been chopped down. I don't know. Unless I presume it
has to be a safety
I guess.
reason.
I suppose, right? Anyway, there you go. So yesterday it was all about food. Today it's all about traffic. And by the way, I don't know. A guy was going to ask me, when is this thing going to come out? All I can tell you is I do have I got a supply. I got a package of these waffles. Want me to bring it in next week?
You have
to sample
you
the
have
goodies?
some?
I have some. I have my hands on the goods.
Okay.
Not the sandwich. We'd have to run downstairs and go get a Chick-fil-A sandwich
To put it together.
which might be a good idea for Guy Talk on Monday.
But you have the...
I've got the waffles, which will
Okay.
make the chicken and waffles. I can't say where I got it from.
All right, look.
I've said too much.
No, look, I love it. You got me amped up yesterday when you compared this to the wheel.
Well, the guy, I said on Twitter, and I compared it. I said it's better than the wheel.
Yeah.
It's bigger than the invention of fire, flight, internal combustion engine, yoga pants. One guy said, "What about the submarine?" I'm like, okay, I never really considered answering. Now the list has gotten too long. I guess this guy was in the Navy.
I was going to say, who's thinking about that?
Dare I say someone who worked in the silent service.
Wait a minute. When you compare something to man and fire, okay, that should be enough.
Yeah, but he said, "What about submarines?" And the list. Oh, okay. I mean, it was a joke. I had flight, fire, yoga pants, and the Chick-fil-A waffle sandwich. Stay tuned. When this thing drops, we better get some for free. Is all I can say. Chick-fil-A.
It's got everybody intrigued. You know what has us intrigued? What went down today at rookie minicamp? Joe Patrick set to join us, guys. We're talking Grant about this Braves-Dodgers series coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Got a crash downtown on Freedom Parkway at Boulevard, blocking the left lanes in both directions. It's kind of a mess in the area. And then I-985 southbound before the I-85 merge, a crash blocking the left lane, slowing the ride from Highway 20, exit 4. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Sierra has all the best active and outdoor brands you need. From athletic stuff, like a full court pickup game, swish, to athlete-ish stuff, like a half-mile stroll. Get those steps in. And for morning hikes up the mountain trail, good pace. To nighttime ghost stories from the camping chair. What a twist. Head to Sierra or Sierra.com for the brands you want at the prices that let you do it all. From athletic to athlete-ish, Sierra's got it.
Now open in Dawsonville and Buford.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone saying you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy. But with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll be saving big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild, I know. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY or go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compares. One line of Xfinity Mobile select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly. Discounted, limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, May is our favorite because Military Appreciation Month is our time to celebrate those who go above and beyond. We know the military community protects our country at home and abroad, takes care of their families, and volunteers in their neighborhoods. That's why we've helped service members, veterans, and military family members for over 90 years. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. And happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
History's masterpieces just wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. The same can be said for Kia's SUVs. The Sportage, for instance, wouldn't be the same without its multiple drive modes. Neither would the Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display, or the Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. Each and every detail carefully orchestrated to enhance the entire composition. does sound nice. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $451 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's time for the Falcons Report on Dukes and Bell.
Looking, shoots it for the end zone. Intercepted, A.J. Terrell.
All the highlights and interviews you need from the Dirty Birds.
Did he hit the pylon? He did. Touchdown Atlanta.
The best the Falcons have to offer right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You shall not pass.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying,
hey, man,
what did we learn about our rookies today? Well, we're going to find out. Joe Patrick's going to stop by, our Falcons insider guys. He was up there today for mini camp. And, Mike, a lot of our guys, rookies, have signed their deals, which is always good news. And we were talking about some of the things we learned today coming out of a rookie mini camp. And Kevin Stefanski, our head coach, talking as well about not overloading these guys with too much information and just wanting to get out there, get them out there and have some fun. I think the news that people need to know, though, is, Avion Terrell, guys, lots of expectations. He is not participating in this 3-day rookie minicamp.
Yeah, they described it as a hamstring. And, of course, I had a couple of guys we brought up earlier hit us on the text. Oh, there you go. Again, it's minicamp, okay? This is week 4 against the Panthers, and he's got a hamstring. We'll have that conversation. But, yeah, so there's certainly – it's disappointing. You want to hear how he's doing and doing his thing. But it's funny, and you brought up with a guy that I think we're looking forward to talking to, Zachariah Branch, and Stefanski saying there's no limit to where he can line up on the field, which is exactly why you draft him. And if it becomes the impact player, like a poor man's Tariq Hill or whatever you want to go, it's a steal in the 3rd round.
It is. Look, the guy ran a 4.3. So speed kills, and wherever you line him up, Mike, I think he causes matchup issues. That's one thing. But you also have to scheme to get him open. And, you add in the play creativity of what they hope to do, the timing routes we've talked about, then all of that stuff's going to play in. And for me, I have high expectations for Zachariah Branch. This conversation you've had all season long with whether it be Mike Griffith or Connor Riley, guys from our Dog Nation coverage, and then even others that we've had conversations about with what he did at Georgia versus what he can do in the NFL. And I think they're just two separate things. Because he didn't do this at Georgia doesn't mean he can't do it in the NFL.
Well, yeah, and he set all these records. That's what it's funny because I have Georgia fans go, what are you talking about? He said, my point was you got too cute with the offense. I wanted more Zachariah Branch. I wanted this guy, if you threw it to him like Jamar Chase, okay, give it to him 21 times.
That's right.
He's the best athlete on your offense. That was like my opinion about it. So hopefully, with the Falcons, it'll be more of the same. But we'll ask him when he comes on in just a second. That's why every mock draft, I was taking Zachariah Branch, but I never got him in the 3rd. I had to take him in the 2nd round. That's why I was like, wow, holy cow, what a steal. We got him in the third.
He is going to join us at 5:40, so stay tuned, guys. Things going on up there at Flowery, and he got pushed, so we said 4. It's 5. All right, stay there. We'll talk to our one of our newest rookies. Right now, let's talk to our buddy Joe Patrick, who's been up there all day. And, Joe, as we were talking about Zachariah Branch, did he shake your hand?
He did, guys. I was kind of moving around. I was going to try to position myself behind some of the camera guys to get a shot for social media on my phone. So I was kind of behind a bunch of guys. I had to stick my arm out, and it looked like Tiger Woods shaking hands with the tree there, where there's like some guy with the arm stuck out of the tree. But yeah, really impressive for him to do that. It's always something yet as a media member you take note of, and I think it just shows like that little extra level of professionalism and the kind of comfortability in that setting. So really impressive guy, Zachariah Branch.
They scouted him. Obviously, everybody at Georgia got scouted. The Falcons brought a busload of scouts and personnel people to watch the Georgia Pro Day. And Stefanski said he can line up anywhere. And that's what we're talking about. I mean, he can be sort of that X-factor guy. Yes, you can do a sweep with this guy. You can go vertical with this guy. Do you feel the sky's the limit?
Yeah, I think so. And, I think there are maybe potentially challenges for him down the road. But what I really like about Zachariah Branch as he fits into the Falcons team right now is he has that level of juice that this offense really needs from someone outside of Bijan Robinson. Obviously, there's other talented players like Drake London and Kyle Pitts. But in terms of like that big playability, Zachariah Branch, excuse me, it is Zachariah, not Zach. We got that today.
Right.
He certainly gives you that, but he also gives it to you in a way that's like kind of scheme easy. Like it just feels like there's ways to get the ball in his hands, like he showed at Georgia last year, where you don't really need him necessarily to be getting down the field in order to be able to create some of those big plays. And he's got just such an ability to accelerate. It makes it kind of easy. He's a bit of an easy button to just get the ball in his hands and let him do some work.
Right. Joe, we just weren't explosive last year.
Yeah.
And that's part of this, right? I mean, when we talk about the offense, yes, we had Bijan break a couple of big runs, but I've said this, like, he scares teams. You put him out there and you have to respect the speed. That's something we were lacking, and I know that Tommy Rees and Kevin Stefanski have to be excited about that.
100%. And, hey, listen, Bijan Robinson held up his end of the bargain on providing the big plays. He did probably more than you would expect of a running back in terms of being able to give you some of those really explosive touchdown runs that we saw from him last year. But you're right. Like there hasn't been that guy. I think, Darnell Mooney they wanted him to be that, but he never really showed that true kind of game-breaking ability in that sense. To the level that he was successful with Kirk Cousins, it was a lot of these kind of 20-yard comeback routes and things that he was really effective with, but he never really felt like a true home run threat in the way that a guy like Zachariah Branch could potentially be. So I totally agree. I think that it's something that's needed. And there's also, even outside of Zachariah Branch himself catching touchdown passes and creating these big plays, but we saw, even going back to the Arthur Smith tenure, that you need receivers out there that have a level of speed that create that force the defense to actually have to respect that speed, that then opens up some of the zones underneath and gets the spacing right for some of the routes. And I think that that's also something that he's going to add to this offense. And that's on top of everything that he's going to give you in the special teams department, which this team also really needed desperately coming off of last season.
I know it's the rookie minicamp, but talk about a veteran. He signed his the tag for Kyle Pitts.
Mm-hmm.
How does Kyle Pitts evolve? I mean, does he become the true unicorn hybrid wide receiver? Or, I mean, we know that you had success with the tight end in previous Stefanski offenses.
Yeah, I kind of think that we are going to start to see him split out a little bit more. I think they're going to be creative with the way that they use him. And I don't know exactly, what the coaching staff is seeing him at this point. We're going to get a lot more information on that over the course of the summer. But I was kind of really struck by how he performed when he had that real, I don't know if you call it a breakout game, but a sensational game against the Tampa Bay Bucks last year, where he had the 3 touchdown catches. And Drake London wasn't playing in that game, and we saw Pitts be able to be used in motion and just be used as like really the primary target, the primary offensive weapon, and he showed what he can do when he does have that kind of responsibility. And I think that with what Kevin Stefanski has shown, the success that he's had with a guy like David Njoku, I'm sure that they can kind of use some of those aspects of his game. But I think Kyle Pitts has some things that David Njoku can't necessarily do in terms of just the size and speed that he has in order in being able to run some of these true wide receiver routes and have that versatility to play out there as like an X receiver at times. So I think they're going to try to move him around a lot and maybe use him in that respect to try to confuse some defenses.
Joe Patrick, our guest, guys, talking about the Falcons, rookies on the field. It's rookie minicamp this weekend. He joined us on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys hotline. What about these linebackers, man? I have high expectations for Harold Perkins. Everybody keeps telling me, relax, he's a 6th-round pick, and I'm like, to me, that means nothing. This kid has a lot of ability.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see where he kind of lands because he's such a unique, interesting just body prototype. And I think it's frankly the reason why he slipped in the draft is because he's a linebacker, but he's only 210 pounds or 215 pounds, whatever you want to say. So I'm sure that there is some maybe development that he'll need to go through on the body work to get himself up to maybe like 230-ish. I don't know. We'll see. We'll talk to him later this weekend and the coaches, obviously. But it's such an incredible talent athlete, and he maybe was slowed down a little bit by that ACL injury that he suffered. But yeah, I mean, you look around at some of these draft gurus. Saw Daniel Jeremiah today. He had Perkins as the best value pick of any NFL team in that 6th round. So that just goes to show you the potential that this guy has. And so on the linebacker, something that I thought was interesting that Kendall Daniels had to say today was that he doesn't really even know at this point exactly where he's going to be playing. And I think that there is going to be some time that the coaches and the players take over the course of this offseason to really kind of suss that out and figure that out for where these rookies are ultimately going to land. We know that they're going to impact the team in some way, but exactly what role they're going to fill, I think that is kind of where we're still in the waiting game. And I think a lot of that will get itself sorted out over training camp as well.
Smoking Joe Patrick was at Falcons camp today for rookie mini camp. Yeah, I mean, Kendall Daniels, he's a guy that hit the growth spurt, so he kind of fits, Ulbrich is really good, and Harold Perkins, Carl just touched on. Guy was a stud at LSU. What about the D-line, okay? Ontario Thompson, he's got an injury. He's kind of not a journeyman, but he played at a lot of colleges in his college career. We have enough dudes at defensive tackle. Mason Smith comes over in the trade straight up, for Rook. But what's that DT going to look like?
Well, it's interesting because, it's one of those positions kind of like linebacker where you lose Caden Ellis and, in the defensive tackle, room, you lose a David Onyemata who's like a pretty top, upper end defensive tackle, especially with that veteran experience. But I think, the Falcons have added a lot of, kind of those veteran types with, you get a Mason Smith, obviously, in that trade. You have some of these other guys that you pick up in free agency on these one-year deals. You hope that the one-year deal can potentially be motivating for some of these players to go out there and have the best year of their career and prove it. But I feel like they have a lot more NFL-level experienced guys in kind of the backup roles, which aren't really backups. Like when you're talking about the defensive line, I really think that, this has been a trend in the NFL now that we've seen now for the last handful of years or so with heavy rotations in those units to try to have fresh bodies going constantly, and especially in Nate Ollie's scheme and Jeff Ulbrich's scheme with how they want these guys getting upfield, creating havoc, and using, frankly, like a lot of energy in doing so. I think they're going to be swapping a lot of these guys in and out, and I don't even know. I mean, obviously there's going to be starters, the first ones that are out there on the field, but I think you're going to have a lot of guys like specialty roles, who's in there in some of the goal line situations, the third down situations, the first down situations. I think we'll see all different types of personnel units kind of mixing and matching along that defensive front there.
Quarterbacks there? What's the word there? And I know it's not about them per se, but we saw the still picture of Michael Penix. Tua there. Is anybody talking about that?
Not a lot of talk about that today. I mean, we talked a little bit about Jack Strand, who's the UDFA rookie quarterback who's going to be there now. But, I got to say, if we're going to talk about Penix and Tua, I think you can't be anything but encouraged by what we saw on Instagram over the course of the weekend, which is, I love saying that. But honestly, like just seeing the way that Penix was on his feet, moving around a little bit, to me, that gives me encouragement that he's going to be able to take part in OTAs to some extent. And if we go back to use Kirk Cousins as an example, I mean, Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles 1 week before Michael Penix did his ACL. And, Kirk Cousins was out there as, limited participant in OTAs, throwing some footballs, not doing a whole lot of moving, but he was out there. And then he was out there also in a more full-time capacity for the start of training camp. And so I think that Michael Penix is, fortunately, and knock on wood that he doesn't kind of get knocked off course on this, but I think that is kind of the tracking that we're seeing for Penix, where he is going to hopefully be out there on the field and being able to do a little bit. And I'm sure that even if he isn't able to do everything, they're going to want him out there on the grass, feeling that motivation of being out there with his teammates, hearing the play calls through the helmets and all that kind of stuff. All that helps get you ready to go because he's going to be part of a quarterback competition, and he's going to want to also, put himself in the best position to be able to actually make that a competition.
They brought in a lot of rookies as a Smoking Joe Patrick. By the way, are you a maniac on the dance floor? I mean, can you cut a rug?
It depends on if my parents are at the wedding. That really is it. If my parents are there, then no, I'm not. But if they're not there, then anything goes.
All right, man. The sprinkler is always family friendly. No, real quick, one last nugget. Wide receiver room. Again, whoever's going to win this job. Bryant McFadden joined us and said, "Look, once the season starts, unless whoever wins the job craps the bed, the die is cast. You can't have a competition during the season, so it's got to happen." Are you getting anything reading between the lines? I know nobody's said anything about a timeline. To Carl's point, is there any feeling that Penix, aside from the dancing video, is going to be good to go?
I think that every indication we have is that he is going to be good to go, and that this is going to be a quarterback competition. Now, to the point about like how long it lasts, I think that's going to be the kind of tricky or strategic approach that this coaching staff is going to have to take in terms of how long do you actually let the competition play out before you decide on your guy to let that guy, whoever it is, get ready with the first unit to prepare for the start of the season. I think, frankly, that's why we don't see more competitions, because coaches really focus on that last part. But I think that they want, to kind of set the tone and say that we're going to compete at quarterback, we're going to compete all over the field at all these different positions. But it will be interesting to see how quickly they decide on that. But it'll be interesting also to see if there is a competition, are they both playing in the preseason? I think that'll be interesting. I kind of expect that they will.
It's a great point. We and Carl, we lament the fact we haven't seen any of our quarterbacks in the preseason for years. Right.
Right.
Hey, man, great job, Joe. It's almost football time. Almost.
Almost.
Hey, enjoy the weekend, man. Appreciate you today. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, we got a little breaking news for your traffic situation. We were talking about this in Guide Talk, and we just saw Channel 2 reporting that the Georgia Department of Transportation has canceled the road closure on the west side of 285 between Cascade and Martin Luther King Jr. that was planned to start tonight at 7 p.m. Mother's Day weekend, Braves with a big packed house because the Savannah Bananas are here. Either way, the DOT says it's postponed. Does that mean it's going to be next week?
I don't know.
It means they were listening.
Correct, but I think a lot of people just went, whoo!
Yeah.
So, yes.
That was going to create, for folks that are going up there to the ballpark tonight or just anybody traveling on that side of town for Mother's Day, it would have been just an absolute disaster. So, it's postponed for now. Stay tuned.
Yeah, not happening. All right, coming back, I'll tell you what is. Braves-Dodgers. It is happening. And what should we expect? Grant McCauley joins us next.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Got a crash downtown on Freedom Parkway at Boulevard, blocking the left lanes in both directions. It's kind of a mess in the area. And then I-985 southbound before the I-85 merge, a crash blocking the left lane, slowing the ride from Highway 20, exit 4. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It was a fun first half for the Lakers as they led the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then the second half started, and the Thunder stopped playing with their food and outscored the Lakers by 14 in the third quarter en route to a 125-107 win. Game 3 of the series is Saturday in Los Angeles. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time to honor that special man in your life.
You know the one who always knows just what to say. I can't get the lid out of my belly button.
That's right, it's dear old dad. And it's time to honor him.
This Father's Day, show him how much you care with 92.9 The Game's 4th annual Father's Day dinner. It's a chance for you and an important person in your life to have dinner with 92.9 The Game's team. Then on Friday, June 5th, 10 winners and their guests will join us for dinner at Twin Peaks, Kennesaw. You can bring your father, yay, your son, a father figure, or anyone else who's important in your life. Go to 929thegame.com, click on the contest page, and tell us what your father figure in your life means to you. Brought to you in part by Chattanooga Whiskey, America's best in craft again, and Echo Park Speedway with a Quaker State 400 available at Walmart weekend is July 11th to 12th. 92.9 The Game's 4th annual Father's Day dinner. Enter to win today from Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Denied workers' compensation? Feeling like your fight is over? That you'll never see the benefits and money you deserve?
If that's happened to you, don't give up.
Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates.
We know how hard you've worked, and we know how frustrating it is to be denied. Our experienced workers' compensation team knows what it takes to get you everything you're entitled to. Don't let another day go by without you getting the money you deserve.
Don't give up. Get the strong arm.
What can Trajan Wealth do for you guys? Well, they can do a lot of things. All of the services that they offer and can provide are right there on the website at TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. You can call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1. It's an easy number so that you can go visit them at one of their physical locations if you prefer to do that. Alpharetta, Kennesaw, Buckhead, Lawrenceville, they're all over the city. And when I say what can they do for you, well, where are you at? What part of life are you at? And if you are just getting into the workforce and you're saying, well, you know what, I got a long way to retirement, it's never too early to start planning. It's never too early to start thinking about wealth building. The thing about Trajan Wealth is if your current wealth manager is not hitting it out of the park right now, step up to the plate. They can help you. They bring all the things under one roof, whether it's retirement conversation, tax, estate planning. It's all with the same team, and they're fiduciary advisors, so they do what's best for you. Check out all the services at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, a registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Blue Chew and BlueChew.com with exciting news from the world of Blue Chew. I know for years I've been telling you about how Blue Chew can bring the fire and passion back to your bedroom. Well, now I'm here to tell you about Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. We used to say chew it and do it. Well, Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. So now, once it's dissolved, you can get involved. Here's the deal. Most blue pills only focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus 2 proven ingredients to enhance desire and connection from the inside out. It's not just about function anymore. It's about total performance, physical and mental. And we've got a special deal going on for our listeners right now. Get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold with code ANDY. That's promo code ANDY to get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information.
Hey, Rusty Mansell here. Embrace the haze with a hazy little theme from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for that 9th inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy and smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Who's ready for some Dukes and Bell?
Oh, okay. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Around the Yard with your Atlanta Braves on Dukes and Bell.
He gets greeted rudely by Ronald Acuna Jr. It is gone.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's what we've all been waiting for. Braves have been on fire. And now we get a chance to play the two-time defending champions, the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's Dukes and Bell. Let's talk to Grant McCauley. I know Grant's going to have more on From the Diamond coming up this weekend. We'll talk about when that's going to be on. But look, Grant, this is a great litmus test for our Braves. And tonight I get a chance to see Chris Sale, who's been incredible in 6 of his last 7 starts, 1 run or fewer. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what you're looking for if you got to roll into Chavez Ravine and play a team like the Dodgers, regardless of how they've been playing lately or really any conditions whatsoever. You expect these to be some hotly contested games, and you expect it to be a challenge, and Chris Sale's the guy that you turn to. I mean, I think in the old days, you called it a stopper. I don't know if anybody really uses that term anymore, but, you know, the Braves just lost their first series. You want to stop that trend, so who do you turn to? Chris Sale to get you back in the win column. And he's certainly capable of that. He's pitching at a Cy Young level. I would say that right now he's really one of the top, 3 or 4 starters in Major League Baseball, arguably. And that's not surprising because it seems to be what Chris Sale does. And the Braves will certainly turn to him to set the tone as they start this 3-game series against the Dodgers.
I was reading some stuff online. I think Battery Power had it. But one of the few guys who's had success against Sale, Grant, and the Dodgers lineup is Freddie Freeman. But it's a small sample size. It's like 3 for 9. Right, but it's funny. He, obviously, I think Shohei doesn't bat that well against him because he saw Chris in the American League back in the day with the Angels.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be a tough lefty-lefty matchup. So good for Freddie for hanging in there. But that is a small sample size, and Shohei Ohtani, anybody that can give him trouble is probably in short supply. So the Braves are happy to have somebody to help neutralize a hitter like that. And Shohei this year hasn't gotten off to the start that you would expect. The Dodgers, record-wise, you don't really see anything wrong with it, but there have been, I think, some inconsistencies there for them. Starting rotation's been a little bit problematic. I think they've had to sort out some bullpen stuff. They haven't necessarily gotten the superstar-level production from all their MVPs thus far. So I think we've talked a little bit about, have we seen the best version of the 2026 Braves thus far? And I would say probably not. I don't think we've seen the best version of the Dodgers thus far this year either. And for a team to be, 9 or so games over 500 and not playing their best baseball yet is a testament to exactly how tough it is to go through that lineup and through that team.
Well, let's talk about the obvious. And look, it just won't go away. Today I said, Grant, I'd love to see in a big series like this Austin Riley shine. I don't know if he will. And, the deal with sitting him down, don't you feel like it's too early to sit him down? Is that just me? I mean, I feel like you just got to let him keep playing.
I mean, I think grinding through it is the way to go. And I think we talked about this a week or so ago because it's kind of come in waves, right? I mean, you start to think, all right, maybe he's pressing a little bit. Maybe, a day to clear his head would be good. And say he pinch hits or comes in later in the game. You just kind of give him that little bit of time to slow things down again. Well, I do see the case for that, but I don't think you get any better, or solve your problems by playing less or getting less opportunity. And if he feels like he needs a reset of some sort, there's a case to be made for that. But I've talked to Austin Riley about some of these times in his career over the years, and he's a guy that wants to be out there helping the team. Nobody is feeling it worse than he is. I know that may sound like something that, most fans say, oh, well, he's just saying that. But no, I believe that. And I think that, he's been trying to get to this place where he can help the team for the last really couple of years, if we're honest, because about the time he got to hitting in 2024, he broke his wrist. Right. About the time that I think he got some things going last year, there were abdominal troubles, and then all of a sudden he's got to have a sports hernia surgery. And there's been a lot of missed opportunity for Austin Riley, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and he doesn't want to give away any more of that. And I think with Chipper being on the steakhouse a couple of days ago, I'm sure you guys tuned in for that as well. Sometimes it has to click, and it looks painful until it does. But for a guy with his kind of ceiling and his kind of ability, I have to believe that it is going to click into place again. And you hate to wait for it, but sometimes there's just no way through this stuff than just straight ahead. And I feel like Austin Riley is a guy that's not afraid to, move through and try to solve these things. Right. But he's shown some flashes this year, and maybe this is a series where it could happen that way again and maybe get him going.
Yeah, I mean, we ask every week about it. It's staring at you. I don't think Braves fans give a crap, Grant, because everything else that's happening with his team, it's been inconspicuous. His struggles. Meanwhile, how does when does Walt decide to have Sean behind the dish, or when does he DH it, and vice versa with Drake Baldwin?
I think that's kind of a fluid situation, because I would imagine that at this point now that you have a catcher who expects to be catching on a regular basis, that now you don't have to put all of that onus and all of that weight on Drake Baldwin and then say, hey, on your day off, would you mind DHing for us? I think the Braves would like to have the opportunity to give Sean, 2 out of the 3 in a series and have Drake catch the other one and DH in the others. And then occasionally he could use a day off. I think any catcher could at that point. But it might have to do a little bit with some of the matchups where if you've got a lefty on the mound, you have Sean Murphy behind the plate and allow Drake to DH, because I think he can hit lefties and you want him in there again. But just to take that stress off of him and put another right-handed bat in the lineup that could, hurt you if you make a mistake, because I think that power is still there for Sean Murphy. We haven't seen a whole lot thus far, but you talk about small sample sizes. He's been back for a handful of games in Seattle, and yeah, I know they lost that series, but I'm not ready to lay that at the feet of Sean Murphy or anything. So It makes the club better to get these kind of guys back. Murphy first. Strider obviously got in the door right before he did. You got Ha-Seong Kim out on a rehab assignment right now with AAA Gwinnett, so he could be knocking on the door in a week and a half or so. And, we'll kind of see what they're able to do once they start to get some of these pieces back, and hopefully they get Ronald back off the IL sooner than later.
What do you think about Money out in left field? I know the reasoning, but do you think, is he headed back to center? You think he'll be back in center tonight?
It sounds like they're working in that direction, and I don't think they would trust him with playing the outfield at all if he wasn't checking the necessary boxes that you needed to. But you did start to have some lineup construction questions, and there are not enough outfielders, if we're honest. And then they had to kind of figure out shortstop, and you moved Dubon out to the outfield and bring up Jim Jarvis, who's kind of an interesting profile of a player. I don't expect him to come up and, be a huge impact guy, but grinds out really good at bats. He's got speed. He's, a solid shortstop, and somebody that they basically picked up for nothing last year by trading Rafael Montero away. So you're just trying to find ways to, I think, plug some holes right now, and you needed Harris in the outfield if he was capable of playing it. Left field kind of allows him to maybe have a little bit less ground to cover, a little bit less action out there, but I'm pretty sure that they'd like to have him in center as soon as they can, and if he's feeling up to it, it could happen as soon as this series.
Hey, before we split, it's big for the fans, it's big for us, but I heard Brian Snitker on with Steak a couple of weeks ago saying, season's such a grind, you're just trying to find your way in the first half, but is there extra juice for these guys going up against the Dodgers? I mean, does it translate into the clubhouse? A lot of these guys were on the team that beat the Dodgers in 21 in the NLCS.
Yeah, I think it matters, and I think you obviously look across the field or look out 60 feet, 6 inches away from you and see who you're facing and who's out there and what you're dealing with. And, you may not sit every day as a baseball player and look at the standings and start comparing yourself at this portion of the season. And managers, I think, have to have a certain mindset as well. So now that I put all the disclaimers out there, the short answer is, yeah, it matters. You want to beat the best, right? You want to prove every game and every series that you are the team that is capable of winning those games and putting up that record that you want to that gets you to the extra games in the postseason. And this is the kind of team that the Braves are going to see there. Is there more to put onto this series than basically every other one? I can't say Brian Snitker is wrong about that because every game basically counts the same until you get to the postseason, and then they're magnified. But, yeah, I think there's extra juice here, and I think that there's, a little bit more, motivation, if you will, or maybe it's satisfaction. That's the word I'm looking for, of getting out of a tough place to play like that and winning a series. You got to take satisfaction out of that because it's hard to do.
Great stuff, Grant. When are you on this weekend from the Diamond?
Yeah, I'll be on Sunday from 5 to 7. We're going to talk a lot about this series, and then when they're done with the Dodgers, there's no rest for the Braves because the Cubs, who have matched Atlanta for best record in baseball, as have the Yankees, and on a 9-game winning streak, the Cubs are going to be rolling into Truist Park to open up a homestand. We'll talk a lot about that. And, of course, we'll pay some tributes and respects to Ted Turner, who pretty much put the Braves on the map in a lot of different ways. We'll dive into that from the Diamond, 5 to 7 on Sundays, wherever you get your podcast, and on the Odyssey app.
Great stuff. We'll talk to you this weekend. We'll hear from you and talk to you next week. Enjoy, Grant.
Thanks, guys. Look forward to it.
Zachariah Branch is on the way. Stay there. We'll talk to the Falcons rookie next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We've got a closure that was planned for this weekend, a full closure of I-285 between Cascade, Exit 7, and MLK Junior Drive, Exit 5. They've canceled it for the weekend, so it will remain open. And we've got a crash cleared at Freedom Parkway at Boulevard that was blocking the left lanes in both directions. Now that's cleared out of the way completely. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Cosm, opening in Atlanta this summer.
Cosm is coming to Atlanta, redefining what's possible with the world's greatest fan experience. All the biggest moments in sports, all the biggest immersive entertainment. When you can't be there, be at Cosm. Tickets on sale now.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
If you're a pro, you know you need paint and primer fast, and the Home Depot has you covered with same-day or next-day deliveries so you can stay on site and on schedule. Get high-quality Behr paints and Kills primers delivered right to your job site. And with the Home Depot app, reordering is faster than ever. Just pick your paint, track your order, and get your go-to color in no time. No delays, no extra trips, just the paint and primer you need when you need it. The Home Depot. How pros get more done. Limitations may apply, not available in all markets. See store for details.
Avoid the headaches of a traditional home sale and move on your timeline with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a simple, stress-free way to sell your home. Hi, this is Mark Spain. I've been in the business for nearly 30 years, and I know what matters most: selling your home fast and for maximum profit. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
At long last, all the greatest hits together on one compact disc with timeless classics like
The Lottery Just Paid. I finally got it made.
And who can forget the mega hit Big Money?
Big money, ain't it funny? The cash is raining down.
The greatest hits for you to hear over and over again.
I hit the jackpot and I got rich just yesterday.
Minutes of pure listening pleasure.
Don't get your hits like this. Get a nice hit of cash instead with the new hit family of scratchers from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
With the new Millionaire for Life game, you can win $1 million every year for the rest of your life. That's right, the rest of your life. Sounds like a good payment plan to me. Play the Millionaire for Life game from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at galottery.com.
Your system is aging. How do I know? Because you've been in your home now for years and you haven't thought about it. As a matter of fact, your HVAC is old And it's time to start thinking about what you're going to do. Look, it's aging because you hadn't thought about it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't need servicing. Let Reliable protect your AC from breakdowns and your budget from costly, unexpected repairs for just $19.99 a month. No deductibles, no hidden costs, no claims or paperwork, and no service fees. Just coverage. Reliable's comfort protection plans are the most cost-efficient alternative to a traditional home warranty for HVAC systems. So if you're hearing my voice, hi, Carl Dukes, then you are knowing what I know, right? That your system, oh man, I hadn't even thought about it. You know what? Summer's going to be here before you know it, and I don't even want to have to deal with that. Whether you just need annual maintenance, you want protection from costly breakdowns, or both, Reliable has a budget-friendly plan for you. Visit ReliableAir.com/protectmyHVAC or simply give them a call, 770-594-9969. Always here for you, always reliable.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on select varieties of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Gatorade, and more. Select packs are buy 3, get 3 free with your card, limit 12. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go. Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smoked in-house wings to ice-cold brews, served by the friendliest team around. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great and the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart.
Wow!
Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Back to more Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyt Associates Personal Injury Law.
Man, let's talk to Zachariah Branch here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell, and we've been waiting all day. I know many of you have been saying, hey, are y'all going to get Zachariah on? We are. He joins us right now on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. And Zachariah, first and foremost, man, welcome to the A. I know, it's an exciting time for you and your family, obviously playing at UGA and then being drafted by the Falcons. But how was day one of rookie minicamp, man?
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you. First, I just want to say thank you for having me on here. It's an honor, so appreciate that. And then just very blessed for the opportunity to be, on this organization, for them being able to take a chance on me and, just give me the opportunity. So it was fun going out there with the guys and just getting after it, flying around and having fun.
Brother, I was wearing out my partner. I drafted you about 500 times in mock drafts.
He ain't lying.
I had you in the second round, bro. I was taking you with 48. I've argued with guys that cover the Dogs. I said, as much success as you had in Athens, I felt they could have used you even more. But enough about that. What was it like? Talk about the draft weekend and what were you getting nervous? What was the experience like?
Yes, it definitely was, a lot of emotions going in there. Didn't really know what to expect. It's a pretty nerve-wracking situation, because you don't really know where you're going to end up. But I have a lot of trust in God and a lot of faith in God, and just knowing that, wherever I ended up was going to be the right spot. And I just pretty much wanted a spot that, liked me for me, and, just wanted me to be able to contribute to the program. And, I feel like the Falcons organization have embraced me well so far, and I'm just very grateful for this opportunity, but had a lot of emotions, got a chance to enjoy it with my family, and a forever memorable moment for me, for sure.
Zachariah Branch joining us here on Dukes and Bell. He is, by the way, the nephew of Pro Football Hall of Famer and wide receiver Cliff Branch, who won 3 Super Bowls. He did that with the Oakland/Los Angeles Raiders. So, look, man, the pedigree's there, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your brother plays. I mean, like, there's a lot going on with the family. Talk about your relationship with Drake London. I think that surprised a lot of Falcon fans that you guys go back a ways.
Yes, sir. I was a USC guy early on in my college career, so, was very familiar with Drake London and his game. Got a chance to meet him a while back, even before I even stepped into college. So that was pretty cool. And then just, seeing him, throughout the years, he's always been in California as well. Even when I was at USC, came at the practices, and, he's quite close with Amon-Ra as well. So saw him, a little bit before the draft as well. So pretty cool just to have a relationship with that guy already, especially since he's made some noise in the NFL. And that's something that I plan on doing as well. So I'm very excited to get a chance to learn from him overall, and, just kind of be in his back pocket.
Zachariah, it was a lot of buzz when you came over to Georgia from USC. I know your brother Zion was playing for the Dogs. Talk about the process. Talk about Kirby Smart and how you made it to Athens.
Yes, sir. Ended up making the decision to go into the transfer portal, and it was a tough decision for sure. Definitely had a good relationship at USC and good experience, but ultimately we just wanted a program that would, just force us to get better overall. Coach Smart has a great, culture and tradition that he's established at University of Georgia, and he holds not only the players accountable, but the coaches as well. So, I feel like that's something that he prides himself on. He's the same person every day on the mic yelling at everybody, but you can respect that. You can respect it every day just because, he's trying to push you to be the best version of yourself. And then having my brother there with me was, that's my best friend. So having him was easy for the transition, and being able to go through it together. And I'm excited for his season, this coming season as well.
As much success as you had, setting team records and getting all those receptions, I was screaming at the TV, Carl, too, get the ball to Branch more. Talk about other things you can do. They talked about using you all over the field. I wanted to see you go more vertical at UGA.
Yes, I definitely feel like I can do a lot of different things, whether it's intermediate, short, and stretch the field as well. I feel like I have a very unique skill set, and God has blessed me with a lot of abilities. Like you said, I have a little bit of pedigree in the NFL with Cliff Branch, and he was known as a burner. So, definitely excited to get a chance to expand in this offense and just learn the offense, and earn some plays to be made out there this season. So I'm very excited, for the opportunity to be able to learn from the coaches and even the veteran receivers as well to elevate my game.
What's Coach Stefanski told you, man? Coming in today, I know he was complimenting everybody, but he said, look, I don't think there's a limit to what he can do on the field. That was one of the comments Coach Stefanski said about you. What is he telling you? What conversations have you guys had about usage or what he foresees for you?
Haven't had too many conversations outside of the 30 visits I had and things like that, but pretty much just trying to take advantage of my opportunities, get a chance to learn the system inside and out. He did say I can play the inside and outside, so that's something that I'm trying to learn and just be comfortable with, just to be able to help the team overall. I don't have any expectations or certain things coming to the season. I just want to be able to help contribute to my team getting some more wins.
Zachariah Branch with us, guys, on the Sweet James Accident Attorney Hotline here on Dukes and Bell. Did you feel extra sets of Falcon eyeballs on you at Georgia's Pro Day? We heard they brought 2 buses worth of people. Did you feel that, man, there could be a shot I'm going to be in the A?
Oh, yes, I definitely did. Got a chance to talk to Matt Ryan for a long time. It was my first time actually meeting him in person, so it was pretty cool just to pick his brain. Legendary player. And just wanted to get a chance to learn from him that moment that I did get a chance to talk to him, because I didn't know it. I could have ended up a Falcon. I could have not. So I wanted to soak up as much knowledge and as much game as I could have possibly in that moment. And then, definitely was a lot of eyes on me, a lot of sets of eyes from Atlanta. And, I felt a lot of love from Coach RP the receiver coach, getting a chance to meet with him, and everything worked out perfectly. God's timing.
Are these visits the same, man? We talk about these 30, you get a chance to go around and visit with teams. Are they fundamentally the same, or like you leave an organization, you're like, I don't know?
I feel like, everyone is definitely different. I think it's very unique with, the culture and the personalities that certain coaches may have. You just kind of just go about the visit just trying to figure out, how everything's run within the program and within the organization. But my visit with the Falcons was great. I had a great conversation with, Ian Cunningham, the general manager, and I feel like we have a good relationship already. And then just, talking to Coach Stefanski and Coach RP and Coach Reese, the offensive coordinator, just everybody overall, the nutrition staff, the weight room, strength and conditioning program. Like, I just feel like everybody was very welcoming, and they're keeping it straightforward, and that's something that I kind of grew up, raised to just keep it straightforward. And when it's time to go to work, I feel like that's something that's very important, and I think they understand that, to be yourself, but at the same time, get a chance to go to work when it needs to be done.
Right. We know we love your game, man, but we always ask guys when they're rookies, what do you think you got to work on? What do you need to work on this year?
I think just overall, something I just want to improve on over every single year is just continuing to elevate my football IQ. I think God's blessed me with some unique abilities, and I continue to enhance those as well, which is physical, but a lot of this game is mental as well. So, just want to pick a lot of the guys' brains, want to get a chance to. I told him when I first came up to the facility and, I saw Matt Ryan and Coach Stefanski, and I told him, like, I hope y'all don't get tired of me, because I'm going to be upstairs all the time just trying to learn and soak up some game. And I think that's something that's really important for me to just get a chance to, I can read defenses. I think I have a good understanding already, but just being able to do it second nature, and faster, as fast as possible is something that's really important, so you can anticipate certain things like, my route is this, and I know, if this leverage is this, it's cover 3, and I can maybe run my route a little bit different because somebody outside of me has this route. So just getting a chance to elevate, and that aspect is something that's really important to me.
That's great stuff. Look, we hear guys coming in and wanting to be the best, and it takes work, and the process, that's real. So it's great to hear that from you, Zachariah. I got to ask this because, everybody always wonders. All right, so you got to the league. I know your career hasn't technically started yet, but what's the one item you want to buy or do? Because I know this NIL thing has changed a lot for guys, man.
Yeah.
What's it something now that you're in the league that you want to do or try to achieve?
All the materialistic stuff, it'll come, as time comes. But I think the most important thing is being able to set stuff aside and get into investments. I think that's something that's really important for me, because I want to have generational wealth. So, nothing's guaranteed. And wherever I am right now, I just want to be able to, set my future family up and my current family up for all the sacrifices they made, to create generational wealth.
I love it.
And one guy you can always pick the brain of is one Arthur Blank. Have you met Mr. Blank, by the way?
I haven't met him. I definitely want to, pick his brain a lot. He's very successful, and got a chance to look him up a little bit and saw his net worth, and I was like, I need to talk to him.
That's how we all feel.
Roger that.
When Arthur comes to the room, we're all like, oh. Hey, Zachariah, man, thank you for the time today. I know it's been a busy day for you. We're looking forward to getting a chance to meet you up there at Flowery, and Falcon fans are excited, man. We're getting all the messages and stuff on the text line and whatnot, cheering you on and excited about what this season brings. So thank you so much. We'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
You got it, man. By the way, Zach, for people guys are asking, it's funny, got to put you guys in the text line. What's his number going to be? I want the jersey, 17.
Good call.
So he's going to be rocking number 17. They announced that last week.
Yeah, look, Mike, I just want to go back. We only got a couple of minutes left here. John Fricke's in for Chris tonight, by the way. When last year, and look, I don't want to say it's just a Georgia thing because great kids come out of everywhere. But last year, when we talked to Jalen Walker, I felt the same way about this interview that I did with Jalen. And again, it doesn't translate. It doesn't mean that, again, he's going to have 1,000 catches. But mentally, he's ready. Mentally, you hear where his mindset is. And this kid's coming in saying, look, he's telling Matt Ryan, you're going to see me upstairs all the time. I love that. But that's how Jalen came off, Mike.
Right.
And I think that's a testament. Big shout out to Kirby and the staff, man. This is why all these dogs get drafted. They're ready.
Right. I mean, I was thinking the same thing. You and I were, if you're watching on YouTube, we're like making eye contact and like just saying the right things. And that Jalen comes off, first time we met him, you said it sounded like a CEO.
Yes.
Like, not a guy who just got the job, had been a CEO for like a decade. That's how impressive Jalen Walker is. And a couple of guys, as we said, when the thing went down in Athens, I don't know if the teams thought that had any bearing on his draft selection. Well, shame on them, because you hear the young man. I just think that was a bit of reactionary police work from Athens, Clark County. It was much to do about nothing, because the guy sounds like he's definitely got his stuff together.
No doubt.
Impressive young man.
Yeah, man. All right, guys, and we're going to talk to more of the rookies as we continue to move along. Monday, make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. We are recapping Dodgers, Braves, talking about the draft lottery. Could we be talking about having the number 1 pick again? We're all over that and much more starting at 2 on Monday. Day, let's get out of here, man, and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, thanks to all of our guests. Brett Siegel stopping by talking NBA. Very interesting stuff about the Hawks. Go listen on Odyssey.com. Also, Bryant McFadden talking all things NFL. Grant, and of course, you just heard Zachariah Branch, guys. You can check out all of our content right there on the Odyssey app, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any of it. Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the wonderful moms out there. Make sure you tell Mom you love her and you appreciate her this weekend. All right, Day, great job behind the glass. Mike Bell, man, have a great weekend. You guys, too. Let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, I was telling Carl during the commercial break, Rivals, or whoever does the odds, maybe it's one of the betting sites, they got us, the Hawks, as the odds-on favorite to land Jaylen Brown.
What?
I know. So people see that and immediately are hitting us up. I go, guys, come on. They get the Pelicans at the second best odds, and then Milwaukee's in it. It sounds great. Would we go for it? Hell yeah. But it's going to go counter to what Ansi Saleh wants to do, which is build, use our draft picks, get young, be the next Oklahoma City. As much as I'd love to have a guy like Jaylen Brown, you're not going to trade all your first-round picks and put us right back in the mess we were after the DeJounte Murray trade. There's not enough supporting cast to make that work unless Mr. Wrestler is going to be spending like the LA Lakers, or Clippers, rather. Not going to happen. So it's exciting. It's tantalizing. Forget about it. Forget about it.
For those of you who thought I made a big deal of the Charles Barkley situation yesterday, Charles went on a podcast. One of the things he said is, I never punch down. Draymond's a good player, but we're not on the same level. He's not lying. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you thought there'd be traffic, but there's no traffic on 285 tonight.
Hey, this is Randy McMichael from the Midday Shows are coming up on Monday. Where did the ping pong ball drop for the Hawks? Also, how did the Braves do against the Dodgers? And continue to talk about the NBA playoffs. And it all starts at 11 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We had a crash that came and went pretty quickly on I-75 southbound out of Kennyshaw. They're improving, but it's still slow going as they clear that crash out of your way. And road work that never happened. It was going to close all of I-285 between Cascade Road, exit 7, and MLK Junior Drive, exit 5. For this weekend, it's been canceled, so things will remain open and you'll be able to get through there just fine. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
The NBA playoffs are finally here, and Underdog's the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Georgia. It's Carl Dukes, guys. Playing on Underdog is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. If you get your picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. People are winning right now in Georgia. What are you doing? It's time for you to get involved. I've been on Underdog for a while. Let the big dog eat. That's me. I want you to join me and have some fun. Download the app today and use my promo code DUKES, D-U-K-E-S, to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code DUKES, D-U-K-E-S. Download the app today and play on Underdog. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 years or older and present in the state of Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. And if you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Sierra has all the best active and outdoor brands you need. From athletic stuff, like a full court pickup game, swish, to athletic-ish stuff, like a half-mile stroll. Get those steps in. And for morning hikes up the mountain trail, good pace. To nighttime ghost stories from the camping chair. What a twist. Head to Sierra or Sierra.com for the brands you want at the prices that let you do it all. From athletic to athletic-ish, Sierra's got it.
Now open in Dawsonville and Buford.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mother's Day, celebrate her with something truly special. At P.F. Chang's, enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at just $89.99. Featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice, plus the bold signature flavors she loves. It's more than a meal. It's a celebration made just for her. Reserve your table now and make Mother's Day unforgettable. Only at P.F. Chang's. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
His hip, and he scores! Standing! Chips it into the net! He scores! Bang! And the Hawks have tied the game!
As the sun goes down.
The sports talk heats up. Atlanta is a sports town.
And we're here tonight to talk Atlanta sports. But not just talk at you, but talk with you.
This is our town, and this is your show.
This is Chris Thomas Tonight.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Now, here's Chris Thomas.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. No turtle tonight. No turtle tonight. Sounds like a song from like the late 60s by the Guess Who. No turtle tonight. No turtle. Yeah, he's got the night off. John Fricke with you from the Northern Kia Studios for the next 4 hours, and I got a lot on my mind here. A lot of stuff to talk about. Way this works is there are no guests except there are all guests. All right, that's how I do a show. So no guests but all guests. You are a guest, not a caller. 404-726-0929. If you call into the show, I guarantee you'll get on the air. Some callers, look, they get a little testy because, they're sports fans, right? I mean, people have opinions, and they have strong opinions. You just heard Dukes and Bell for 4 hours. You know that because that's what those guys do well. And so it's fine. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Don't be Richard unless your name is Richard. And then I get guys like named Richard who get mad at me for saying that. And I go, dude, my name is John. My name is like associated with guys who pay for women on the street and go to the bathroom. Okay. So don't get on me. Okay. What do you want? Jeez, we have a lot to talk about. Braves tonight against the Dodgers. The most nervous person in America right now might be Jim Jarvis. Jim Jarvis, a young shortstop from the University of Alabama, is making his major league debut, his debut tonight for the Atlanta Braves. Batting ninth, playing shortstop for the University of Alabama, Jim Jarvis. Right. So he's going to make his debut against the Dodgers in Chavez Ravine. How about that? Yeah, there's some nerves, there's some butterflies. He'll do that in about 4 hours when they get going here. Good news about this series, and there's something I do want to talk to you about with this series tonight. The good news is that somebody said, you're not facing the top three starters from the Dodgers this year. No Shohei in this series, no Glasnow in this series, no Yamamoto in this series. And I'm like, okay, maybe you missed that Justin Wroblewski is 5-0 with a 1.25 ERA. Maybe you missed that part. So I don't know where he falls in the best of the best, but he's been the best pitcher they've had all year. So I don't know. Maybe you missed that. Strider goes tonight against Sasaki. Check that. Sale goes tonight against Sheehan. So Chris Sale on the mound tonight. Spencer Strider on Saturday against Sasaki, and then Bryce Elder goes against Wroblewski on Sunday. So anyway, going to be a great series. My question to you about this series is really going to revolve around how much importance you put on this, because you got 3 against the Dodgers out in L.A. You come back home and you're going to play actually the hottest team in all of baseball, the Chicago Cubs, for 3 games at Truist Park. Now, you can argue that the Cubs are, I think they're in Texas tonight, that the Cubs are playing a little bit over their station, and maybe they are, but they've had a lot of magic so far this season, and they have been hard to beat. They've been unbelievable at Wrigley Field. I mean, unbelievable at home. Let's see how they are on the road when they take on Texas and come to Atlanta. I think there is a little bit of importance. Now, again, we have played, if you think about an NFL season being 16 games, right? We've played less than 4 games of an NFL season. So I don't want to put too much stock into a series like this against the Dodgers. But, they don't have anything to prove to the haters in New York who make all the power polls. They don't have necessarily anything to prove to the Dodgers, because the Dodgers have been in this cat fight with the Padres, and the Dodgers think, we'll be fine when we get going, and I'm sure they will. I'm not sure they have anything to prove to us with the start they've had this season, but proving to yourself that you can go out there, because let's be clear here. If there's going to be a World Series season for Atlanta, the odds are at some point in the postseason, you're going to have to go through those blue and white guys out at Dodger Stadium. So going in there now and getting a feel for the stadium, getting a feel for the surroundings, especially if you're Jim Jarvis, who's never been in a Major League Baseball game, just kind of getting refreshed here. Because, when they went in there at the beginning of the year last year, they played so poorly. That 0-7 start out there in the West Coast. And so you got to go, okay, we can get a win. You just get one win. Go out there and get one win. If you get two, great. If you sweep, hey. But go out there, get a win, and then come back home and let's take on the Cubs. But, yeah, getting acclimated, because I know San Diego's off to a good start. I get it. Odds are those Dodgers are going to be there at the end of the year. And odds are you're going to have to face them. And it's not that the Dodgers are hiding Shohei against us or Glasnow or Yamamoto. It's just the way the rotation fell that it's Sheehan and Sasaki and Wroblewski. So it's just one of those things, which is all good. And we'll send up our top three up against their next in line. So, look, it's all good. I'm not overblowing it, but let's see what they can do tonight, because it's going to be it's going to be a really late night for a lot of us. There are going to be a lot of tired people in the morning, okay? Just deal with it, okay? Just deal with it. You don't have to worry so much because it is Saturday, okay? That's right. You don't have to get up in the morning. So, or at least most of us don't. And so by the time I get back on the air to do my Saturday show at noon tomorrow, hopefully we're sitting here talking about how the Braves had a good start to the series in Los Angeles, and maybe they can get another series win and win the game 2 of the series. But for the Braves, I think, it's just all about them. The biggest change to the Atlanta Braves this year, and the reason they got off to the start that they got off to, I started saying, 15 games ago or so on my weekend show, I said, look, do we all not see what the biggest change is? The biggest change is that you promoted a linebacker to manager, right? Because once Walt Weiss came roaring out of the dugout and threw a left shoulder to the hip, in that rugby tackle or whatever it is, teach the Falcons to do that, that was the moment that I went, okay, yeah, this is the right move. Alex Anthopoulos looked around. He talked to the players. Players all said, yeah, we like Weiss. We like Weiss. And so he's the guy. That's been the biggest change here. I love Brian Snitker to death. I do. But I go back to the beginning of last season. I've said this on my weekend show. I'll continue. I said it last year when he said it before the season. I could retire after this year. I went, oh, my God, the karma is just awful there, dude. You can't say that. That's like walking into a bar full of hot women and saying, I don't know. I might not be able to get any hookup tonight. Come on, what are you talking about? You can't put that on you. That's like monkey dust, Walk around your chair. Come on, break that. That was that spell, and it just never got any better. Snicker's out there forgetting about who's in the lineup, and he can't find people on the bench, and he's not inclined to get out of the dugout to go argue anything. He's just like, back of the baseball card, they'll come around. Okay. And Walt Weiss is not that way. You're not performing, out. Next guy in. You perform or you're not playing. You're not pitching, you're not playing, don't have time for this. We have to produce right now, which says that if you go back to last year, Weiss had to be on the bench just going nutto last year at times, going, oh, my God, can I run this team, please? It's like you got a boss who's checked out, and you're like, and you can't do nothing about it. And you were like, can I just tell you what, boss, take a couple weeks off, go on vacation, I'll run the show. Because, and now that he's had a chance, now comes the test, okay? I kind of knew that going to Seattle was going to be a bit of a setup, but now comes the test. You're playing the Dodgers. They are at the moment, they're the watermark, okay? So you gotta rise to this occasion. Let's see what you got over the next 3 days, and then head on home here. Because if they go out there in these 3 games and they get whooped, and it starts to slide them a little bit after what happened in Seattle, we're going to have to check some things. Okay, I'm just saying. So we got that to talk about. How important do you think this Dodgers series is? We also have the Hawks. Man, we got to talk about, because I heard, I was hearing Mike Bell talk there at the end, because I've been reading this all day. Who came up with this Jaylen Brown thing? Where did it? I just came, make stuff up. Now, I admit I came up with and made up, in a manner of speaking, the Ant-Man thing. okay? I sort of made it up, but at least there was something there. I mean, he is at the All-Star game talking to Jalen, and he can say what he likes about what he said. Yeah, I want to come back home. Oh, he meant wanted to come back home and hang around with his buddies. No, that's not what he meant, okay? We all know what he meant. He wants to live in Atlanta, and not during the offseason. It ain't a side piece thing. He wants to come home. He don't want to be up there freezing his off. You know that. Thanks for editing that. Appreciate it. He doesn't want to be up. He doesn't want to be in Minnesota cold. He wants to come home. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to get Ant-Man, but at least there was something there. Now, I know Jalen's a local guy, too. I get it. And he probably wants to come home, too. Can't blame him. You ever been to Boston? Nice town to visit. It is. But if you're not from Boston, you're not welcome in Boston. And I ain't talking about Jalen. I'm talking about like people like me. No, you're not a Southie. You're not welcome there. It is like a closed society. Boston is a different world unto itself. I'm not saying it's a bad world. It's a wonderful town to visit, but I can understand why you wouldn't want to move there unless you were a Bostonian, okay? Because Bostonians, and it's rightfully, look, they got a lot of civic pride, think the, tide rises and falls on Boston. I get it. That's not a slam on anybody from Boston who's moved here, okay? For the same reason, it wouldn't be it actually would be a slam against Atlanta if a Boston radio show host was kind of giving us the business, because there's nobody in his audience that's from Atlanta, because nobody in Atlanta in their right mind would actually move to Boston, right? I mean, you come here, but we're not so much going there. No, we're not doing that. But we have that to talk about too. What are the Hawks going to do? Kind of largely, I mean, I don't need anybody. I've got a trade proposal. Okay, all right, I'm going to be rolling my eyes going, sure, go ahead, give it to me. Are the Hawks going to go? Do you think the Hawks will go for a big trade, for an established star? Or do you think they're just going to take these 2 draft picks? I'll tell you what I think they're going to do, because I have an inkling as to what I think they're going to do. And we have a lot with Falcons to get into. And finally, because I want to throw it into the show too, did y'all see the UFO story that came out? Yeah, I'm sort of fascinated by UFOs. Did you all see the UFO release, the big release today on UFOs? Yeah, I got to ask Dom about that. 404-726-0929. John Fricke in for Chris Thomas tonight. Sports Radio 92 on the Game. Let's go.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We had a crash that came and went pretty quickly on I-75 southbound out of Kenny-Shaw. They're improving, but it's still slow going as they clear that crash out of your way. And road work that never happened. It was going to close all of I-285 between Cascade Road, Exit 7, and MLK Junior Drive, Exit 5. For this weekend, it's been canceled, so things will remain open, and you'll be able to get through there just fine. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I'm here to play ball. Let's go to work, baby. Let's go.
Find out who the Falcons are playing next season here first.
It's 92.9 The Game's NFL schedule release special, Thursday at 8 p.m.
Join host Chris Thomas as he gives you our exclusive analysis
as we reveal who, when, and where the Falcons will play in 2026.
Let's go!
92.9 The Game's NFL schedule release special, brought to you by Kia, movement that inspires.
From Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So the Philadelphia 76ers tried to geo-restrict Knicks fans at first from buying tickets. Once they realized there's still probably more Knicks fans in the South Jersey and Philly area than Sixers fans, now they're donating tickets to the remaining home games. That's an awesome cause. I love it. But their arena is still going to be a nice majority shade of blue and orange this weekend. Enjoy it. I'm Pat Boyle.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get them for half off. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
You didn't cause the crash, but just like that, everything changes.
That's why injured people have been calling me for more than 25 years. We step up when it matters most.
Call attorney John Voy and Associates today.
Save on great gifts and perfect bites for mom at Whole Foods Market. There are yellow sale signs throughout the store. In the body care department, save on scented candles and luxurious personal care items. Treat mom to all the best and save at Whole Foods Market.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Blue Chew and BlueChew.com to tell you about Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. For years, I've been telling you about how great Blue Chew is at getting the fire back into your love life. Well, now with Blue Chew Gold, it's even better. Not only are you going to be ready to perform when it's time, you're going to have more desire and more connection as well. It's not just about function anymore. It's about total performance, physical and mental. And Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue, starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. And we've got a great deal going on right now for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold with code ANDY. That's promo code ANDY at BlueChew.com to get 10% off your first month's supply of Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew's turning bedroom performance into an Olympic sport. Go for the gold.
Hey, Rusty Mansell here. Embrace the haze with a hazy little theme from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for that ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with hazy little theme. Hazy, citrusy, and smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy response.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
So let's go! Check it out!
Now more of Chris Thomas Tonight
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky with you. Hey, little birthday shout-outs. I got 3 of them real quick, if you don't mind. First 2 don't matter as much as the third. First, happy birthday to Michael Penix Jr., who is 26 years old today. Is he? He's already 26, I know. Not necessarily a good thing. Happy birthday to Falcons head coach Kevin Stefanski, who is 44. God, that sounds young. And no offense there, Ski or Michael, but how can you call him Ski? Because my first wife, God rest her soul, she was a Ski. Your birthdays don't matter to me, okay? Because very special shout out to Diana Lynn Nelson, my mother, 87 years old today. Talked to her a little while ago. She said she's going out for a surprise birthday party. She lives in Dallas, Texas, and she's hoping that they take her to the Cubs and Rangers game because she's a big Cubs fan. Okay, so we'll see. You know, I mean, hey, listen, my mom. Where did I get my sports? It wasn't from my dad. It was from my mom. My mom was the big sports fan when I was a kid. I was like, let's go to the game. Like, okay, she was dragging me to this game and that game, mostly high school stuff. But you know, she goes, hey, let's go. Okay. The phone number is always 404-726-0929. John Fricky with you from the Northern Kia Studios. And you're a guest on the show, so if you call in and you're on hold, and I know that in this format on Friday nights as opposed to the weekends to be a little bit longer of a wait, but we have conversations on the show, and if you're on hold, you will get on the air. And and it's not limited to. I don't limit any discussion here. As a matter of fact, coming up in a few minutes, we're going to get into some of this UFO stuff here. But certainly I want to know from you if you think this Braves series against the Dodgers is important, critical, it's too early, it doesn't mean anything, you know, how you kind of view it in light of, I think it's pretty important. For an early season series, I think for the locker room, for me, I think I'm fine. I mean, I understand there's a lot of baseball he played, and Lord knows with the Braves injury situation, who knows what's going on the bike, and you never know. But I think just from a standpoint of, look, if this is going to be a World Series team, it's likely going to have to go through the most overrated baseball stadium in the country, which is Dodger Stadium, and I stand by that statement, and any Dodger fan that wants to challenge me on that, because I used to work in L.A., and I've been to Dodger Stadium plenty of times, the most overrated baseball stadium. It's the largest baseball stadium, too, by the way, in the major leagues. It's 57,000 seats, I think, 56, 57. And so it's a big stadium. They got a third deck. But just not a great place. Okay, it's just not. It's like, tear it down and build something nice, would you? I'm not a fan of that stadium at all, as you can tell. Then there's the Hawks. Do you think there's a lot of rumors? And Mike Bell and Carl, they were talking about it. You know, hey, there's chatter out there because I saw it all over the socials too. Jaylen Brown. We'll trade 3 number ones and Dyson Daniels and Jonathan Kuminga and the rights to this and that and the other thing, and we'll send them off to this team and that team, and we'll end up with Jaylen Brown. And I'm like, okay. I mean, is that what we really want to do? Do we want to make that kind of a gigantic swing to go alongside JJ that will give whatever we've got to get Jaylen Brown or for that matter, Ant-Man? My answer is no. No. You've got 2 first-round picks. There's a second-round pick, but nobody cares. Second-round picks are... but there's 2 first-round picks here where you can go out and get, depending on what happens in the lottery, which is coming up next Thursday. Depending on what happens in the lottery, who knows how high you could be. I mean, you could be 1, you could be 12, I think maybe is the back end of it, something like that, 12, 13. But most likely you're going to be in the 7 range where you're at right now, and you've got 23. I just don't think you can pass on that. If you have a belief in yourself as a general manager, and I have a lot of faith in Ansi, if you have a belief in yourself as a general manager to be able to evaluate talent, you're going to be able to get 2 starters. Because, the whole number 1 thing, because you know what happened like with the last guy that we drafted, that dude, yeah, okay. The 1-1, who, if he doesn't turn it around, is going to have his name plastered alongside the likes of Michael Olowokandi. Is that really what we want? Don't think so. But he's going to, that's going to be, by the way, that's going to be a big issue next year. Can you get anything out of him? You can't miss on a 1-1. Now, granted, everybody that starts in the NBA is pretty much a first-round pick. I get that. But you can't miss on a 1-1. And I missed on a 1-1. Let's go to Charlie. He gets to bat leadoff tonight. Hey, Charlie, welcome to the show.
Good evening, John. It's a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. I wanted to correct you real quick that the Johnson kid, Jim, the shortstop, played in the last game, the final game in Seattle. So they coined the phrase Jimmy Baseball for him already.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I you know what? I'll be open and I have had a hell of a week here, okay? I'm playing a little catch up. Thank you for helping me out there.
Understood.
I saw scores. It was like I just saw but I want to be honest and open about this. I've had some things. I think everybody understands, Charlie, that I came up to Indiana for family reasons. I don't air the family reasons out on the radio, but I've had, from Tuesday to now, has been a very difficult time. And so I didn't know. I saw he was in the lineup, and I thought, is he making his debut? Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. I didn't see any of the Seattle series, so I apologize.
I'm sorry for your struggles, John. For
yeah,
real,
don't worry
talk,
about
guys.
that. I appreciate that.
I'm a big fan of yours. You're a hella good dude, and happy birthday to your mother as well.
No, thank you.
I'm a huge Braves fan. I've been as long as I've been alive. I've loved Braves baseball. I don't agree with or subscribe to it's too early. Walt has brought a winning mentality to this team. We had a really good spring. We started the season off fantastic. We're tops in the majors in many categories. And, I think that this has a sustaining and lasting power, and I'm loving this. It's been a long time that we've been really excited about watching this team, even with the injuries and some of our key players not playing that well. Everybody is stepping up to the plate, no pun intended, but they're doing their job and being Atlanta Braves players. And God rest Ted Turner's soul, but they're going to win this season. I really do believe we got good juju this season, man, and I just wanted to know what your take on that was.
Well, I believe so, too, and that's why I think this series, let's go to my question here, Charlie, that this series is important because I think you establish kind of a baseline for what might be to come in October.
Fantastic.
Did we lose Charlie?
Couldn't agree more.
Oh, there he is.
You're 100% right. It is a huge series, and it's going to set the tone for the rest of the year about how good this team is.
So, I don't want to oversell it. It doesn't. The division doesn't ride on it. The wild card doesn't ride on it. But I do think that there is just everybody's seen what the Braves have done so far this year. Okay, and it's all well and good. But, everybody says, well, Charlie, you probably ought to go get that. I appreciate the call. 404-726-0929. But, it doesn't rise and fall, obviously, on anything that's going to happen, tonight, tomorrow, Sunday. But I think, when we're talking about, getting back to that kind of mental state, that emotional state, that belief state that existed in this team because they lost it, right? We all saw that they were still a supremely talented team, even with all the injuries that they went through last year and even to some degree the year before, but they had lost that edge that they had the edge that they would build up to, the COVID Dodgers series, right? You're up 3-1 in Texas in that dome COVID series, and you could have closed them out and you didn't do it. But then you follow it up and you go to Houston and Soler hits one of the 5 most important hits in the history of the Braves, because it was just Soler hit that ball, and as soon as he hit that thing, it was like, yeah, good night. Good night, everybody have a good night. Yeah, this series is over. Good night. And the Astros went, yeah, good night. It's over. Yeah, it was over. I mean, not that Max Fried wasn't throwing a gem anyway, but it was like, yeah, this thing's over. Okay. Yeah, good night. Yeah, and that team had an edge. That team probably wasn't as good as this team. But this team's got to get its edge back. You've got to, at some point, become more than just a threat. You've got to have what we've seen in kind of the change inside the locker room that has translated into some of the big plays so far this season and some of the joy that's been brought back into the team. That's great. That's wonderful, and it's led to a really good start to the season here. But there's also got to be that kind of fundamental belief that, hey, we really are playing to win the World Series here. So that's what this kind of series can really set for you. If you go out there and you battle and you take them on and you punch them in the mouth, then you're playing for a World Series. 404-726-0929. Yeah, this UFO story, I was talking about it with my wife at dinner, and she sort of surprised me on something. Well, no, it's about the the UFO story. Okay, get your mind out of the gutter. She surprised me about the UFO story. Okay, I'm going to ask Dominator about this in a moment, and I do want to talk to you about the Hawks. What do you think the Hawks are going to do? I think making a major move for a big player I think that's the wrong way to go. But you can convince me otherwise. I'm not sold on it. I just think it's the wrong way to go. But convince me otherwise. And as always, if you want to jump into the Falcons, who signed 4 rookies today, and you want to talk about the Falcons, I'm always game. For that matter, you always want to talk college football, and I'm always game with that too. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Tomorrow, Atlanta United hosts LA Galaxy.
Game time 7:30.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Downtown, we've got a stalled big rig on I-75-85 northbound past University Avenue, exit 244. We've got 3 right lanes blocked with this one. In the meantime, use Metropolitan Parkway or Highway 29 as alternatives to get you through. And Clayton County, they're clearing a crash on I-285 westbound inner loop at Riverdale Road, exit 60 in that left lane. They're getting that out of the way as we speak. I'm Trent Erickson with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Avoid the headaches of a traditional home sale and move on your timeline with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a simple, stress-free way to sell your home. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
102 miles ago, the oil light came on. 100 miles ago, you noticed. Now, it's time to head to Take 5. This oil change, fall in love with your car all over again. In just 10 minutes, your dream technician will check your tire pressure, top off fluids, change your oil, and verify with Carfax exactly what your car really needs. All while keeping you in the driver's seat. Take 5, the stay in your car 10-minute oil change. Save up to 30% on your next oil change at Take 5. $15 value. Valid at participating locations. Terms and conditions apply.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what? What?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons.
Yep.
Decorations.
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers.
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Craving scratch mode food, ice cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs? Head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Great views, killer eats, colder beer. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Pace yourselves, it's going to be a crazy night.
This is 92.9 The Game tonight.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game from the Northern Kia Studios. John Fricke with you. Yeah, because I realized earlier in the show, I've been playing a little catch-up today, as I mentioned here, with some of the things that have been going on within my life over the last 3 or 4 days. So, but hey, listen. So if I make it a little boo-boo here and there, just correct me, and it's all good. It's fine. Not a problem. I'm used to being corrected. I've been married twice. So there's that. There's that. This DJ is next. If you're hanging on, stay right there. I promise I'll get to you. We're talking about the Hawks and all these chatter here about, the potential of big trade for a guy like Jaylen Brown or somebody. I was one talking about Ant-Man. Would you make that big, bold move? My answer at the moment is no, I wouldn't, but you could talk me into it, and you're welcome to try. I think I would stay with the draft picks. And then the Braves, how important is this series against the Dodgers? I think it's actually pretty important. But you could also talk me out of that too, saying, yeah, John, it's May 8th here, so relax. Then there's this UFO story, and a little bit later into the show, we'll get kind of deeper into it. They released a whole bunch of files on the UFOs, right? I mean, just a whole bunch today. So, Dom, I'm curious, just because I'd like to get to know you a little bit here. Mm-hmm. I've got 7 listed here, and I'm wondering where you fall on these 7 conspiracies or these 7 things.
All right, you are
more 7 things.
As you're talking right up my alley, so let's go.
So number 1, man did or did not land on the moon?
Did, yes.
Yes. Obviously, I think that's a given. But you can't tell that to John Sally. Oh, John Sally, we didn't land on the moon. We're no cell phones. How the hell they talk to, how's the president calling? Okay, so dinosaurs are real. They were real.
Yes, dinosaurs are real.
Yeah, don't tell that to Kyrie Irving. Also, don't tell Kyrie the Earth is round, yes or no?
Yes, the Earth is round.
Flat Earther. I keep telling flat earthers, hey, I'll buy.
That's when
I'll buy into your flat. Yeah, I'll buy into your flat Earth. Go to the edge of the Earth and take a photo. Just take a picture.
Very easy to prove.
Walk, boat, ski. I don't care. Get to the edge of the Earth and take a picture. Bigfoot is real.
No.
Yeah, no. But don't tell that to the dude up there in LJ. Have you ever been by the Bigfoot Museum, driven by it?
I have, actually. I have driven by it one time. It was actually really cool. I wanted to stop, but we didn't.
Yeah, I did too. And I wasn't going to mock him. Look, hey, listen, God love the guy for making money from people stopping off the road there to go into the Bigfoot Museum. It's up there, around LJ area, I think between Jasper and LJ. And so he's got the Bigfoot Museum, and I'm like, yeah, that didn't so much happen. But, he's probably got people coming in and go, I need to see, but I believe in Bigfoot. Okay, that's fine. By the way, I'm not mocking you if you believe in it. Atlantis is, now I'm not talking about, my wife had way too many Mai Tais, fell asleep on the beach, and got sun poisoning, so I know Atlantis is real. I'm not talking about that joint down in the Caribbean.
Right.
I'm talking about the old city that's now under the sea that you had, like Captain Nemo, who the hell knows, right? Atlantis under the sea. Real?
Yeah, I'll buy that one. I can buy that one.
Yeah,
I'll buy the drowned
don't really
city.
I think are there cities that have fallen under the sea at some point? Sure. I guess. And then that gets us to the Loch Ness Monster.
Yes. Yes, 1,000% yes.
You think so?
Yes,
okay.
1,000%. Even, I think
it's.
I'll say this. I think that I don't think it's alive anymore, but I do think that it was alive within our lifetime.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to go do my own investigating on that because I will be in about 4 weeks from yesterday. I will be I'll be at Loch Ness.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'll be there. So I'm gonna go to the museum and see the Nessie Museum in Inverness, which is outside Inverness. Yeah, because I'm going to Scotland. By the way, when you say Scotland, I got to ask the Scots when I'm there. Do you have to say it like you're Sean Connery?
Scotland. I think so. So. You got to throw a little bit on it.
You have to throw a little bit on it. All right, and that brings us to the story of the day, the final one, of course, UFOs. Do you believe in UFOs?
Absolutely. I 100% believe in aliens.
Yep. So does my wife. I am not 1/1000th of 1% there yet. Doesn't mean it isn't true. You're going to have to show me some concrete proof. I have to be like in the underground bunker where Data with the hair says to the president, "Do you want to see it?" I mean, you got to show it to me. I got to actually take a pistol so it doesn't kill the president. Is that glass bulletproof? I mean, you've got to prove it to me. Otherwise, I'm not there yet. Sorry. I'm not. But we'll get more into this because there's some interesting factoids that came out in this all this stuff that they released today, which has nothing to do with the Braves or the Hawks or the Falcons or college football's expansion to 24. Oh my God. Or 76 teams. Oh my God. In the college basketball tournament. DJ is with us. Evening to you, DJ. Welcome to the show.
Nah. Get freaky with it. We getting freaky with it tonight, baby. What's going on?
What is up? Are you a UFO guy? Do you, DJ? I should just take a poll here. Are you a UFO guy? Yes or no?
I got to agree with everything your counterpart says. I'm 100%. Yeah, other life forms exist. Absolutely.
Well, I'm
100%.
sure that other life forms exist in the known universe. Whether they're sentient and can fly, light years to get here. I don't know. I mean, do I think? But who's to know, right?
Yeah, but they've had sightings and the Loch Ness monster that exists. I mean, there's a lot of things that your counterpart hit on the head. I'm 100% in agreement with him. So yeah, it's good to know that people see that. But I want to piggyback on what you were saying about the edge. Atlanta doesn't have an edge. It took me about I'm just coming down from being hurt from New York, just taking Atlanta. They came in State Farm, and it was like the Little Apple runs Atlanta, and it was embarrassing. I mean, I don't hear the outrage of these Atlanta fans at all, but it was truly embarrassing. How much do we miss Trae Young now? So we got a team full of nice guys. Nice guys finish last, and they finish last. So what I am going to say is we need to go get Bad Boy South. When Detroit won those championships and Chicago had Dennis Rodman, we got to have somebody with an edge. Go get Mitchell Robinson. He's a free agent. You can't beat him, join him. He's worth the $30 million because he's going to intimidate and block some shots. And then I don't know where Draymond's at, but I like his game. He's an intimidator too. And then you instantly got some intimidators on the Hawks. And go with the lottery and do what you got to do. But, Fricky, we really got punked in our city, and that was totally embarrassing. So my next thing, I'm going to go to Walt Weiss.
All right, well, but let's stop there for a second. I'll let you go there, DJ. But I've been saying this for quite some time. I really like hockey and a big hockey fan, and I'm thrilled with the idea of hockey coming back to Atlanta again, and for the third time. And and no offense, Gladiators or Atlanta Knights. I'm talking about NHL. Is that those teams? They all had back in the day. Some still do have that intimidator. That the big tough guy that was. If you were going to fight or try and hurt the dude on your team, you knew that he was going to be on the ice at some point headhunting you. And so. Baseball has, still the unwritten rules. The Hawks are a little bit soft. It's like Mike Smith. The Hawks are soft. They are. They are soft.
They are.
And so they do need somebody. But that doesn't mean, to my point here, that you necessarily need to trade, 3 number ones and, Dyson Daniels and Jonathan Kuminga and everything else for Jaylen Brown. I don't know that that's the route here. I think you have an opportunity, Anansi, to build your own way, make your own path, much like view it this way, Oklahoma City East.
Yes, sir. I like that. I like it.
We'll see. You had something else?
Yeah, so what I was going to talk about, and you said Braves need to come with an edge. We really don't have that on the Braves, but what a lot of people aren't saying is what Walt Weiss is doing right now. He broke the Bobby Cox mode and the Brian Snicker mode. Stick with guys and keep them in there and never change positions. If you're not performing, like he knocked Austin Riley down to the 6th position and it made him bat a little bit better, made some changes in the minor leagues, Walt Weiss is going to win us a championship because he gets it. And the old saying is, a wise man changes every day, only a fool stays the same. So that's the reason why we didn't win 4 championships with Bobby Cox instead of 1, because he stuck with the same lineup. I love what Walt Weiss is doing. We're going to win a championship with him, maybe a couple, because the way that he coaches, he really gets it. His next man up, and if you're not performing, you're going down to the minor leagues. What we really need is an outfielder to hit 300 and steal some bases. And so we can take Ronald Acuna out of that number 1 spot, maybe knock him down to 2 or 3. And, we're looking really good. I mean, Anthopoulos
Well,
is
we
looking like
have
a
an
genius
outfielder
right
that can
now.
hit 300 steal bases. His name would be Michael Harris. But having said that, I want to ask you a question, okay, DJ?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you've had, I assume, plenty of bosses, right, in your life?
Yes.
Not counting your wife or girlfriends. We're just talking about like at work.
That's right.
Okay. The boss that everybody likes, and this is no slam. Brian Snitker won a World Series. There's 3 people on the Rushmore Brace managers: Bobby Cox, Joe Torre, Brian Snitker. Okay, those are the 3 heads up there. There's a place for a 4th, right? But am I wrong in thinking? Just this is my thinking about Snitker to Weiss. So it's last year, and Snicker's in his office, and somebody walks out and talks to a veteran who's not, by the way, not being sent down to the minors or anything. And the person says, "Hey, I don't want to, pick a player here, but I'll just use Austin Riley. Hey, Austin, Skip wants to see you." And Austin, "Oh, okay." So Austin gets up and he walks into the office. "Hey, Skip, what's up?" "Hey, I just wanted to see you, check in on you." And then now somebody walks out and says, "Hey, Austin, Skip wants to see you." And Austin gets up and starts walking in the office, and Weiss says, "Close the door."
Right.
Know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I love the way he coaches. It's a lot different than we're used to here, and I think it's going to really bring us a championship. So I got to agree with you when you say you got to have a guy with an edge. It shows you how much we miss Trey Young now and how he embarrassed those New Yorkers and sent them back to New York. But we need to get some edge in Atlanta, but I love your philosophy. It's right spot on, brother.
All right, thanks, DJ. Do